money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
It is the final day of Kickoff groups, and with only one team eliminated so far, it is all to play for, especially in Group B. My name is Ed, I'll be your host for today, and joining me, as always, we have the wonderful Alfama and Fresh. And guys, it doesn't happen often that we get to the last day of groups, and we still have so much left open in regards to positions inside the group. But Jack, that makes it for a very exciting final day.
Yeah, I can't wait. You know, we always talk about how competitive EML can be and how competitive EML is. It maybe looked like that might change coming into Kickoff, you know, some of the roster changes that happened, and then we were proven that once again, EML is the most competitive region by far. Only one of our 10 teams is out of contention. Everybody else has everything to play for today.
Yeah, the fact that all of this comes down to the final play day of Kickoff makes it so interesting. I think also that it has a huge upset potential for smaller names that came from Tier 2 and went all the way to Tier 1 and are still able to not get grouped, to bigger names to have made huge roster changes and could end up in lower bracket or even grouped. That is a lot to display for, and only 4 games to discover the final results.
It is. And we're not the only region who's running a Kickoff right now. In fact, there's a few regions that are running a very similar format in Kickoff as well. Those regions being the SAL and the NAL. And SAL's last broadcast literally ended about a few hours ago, and they had a quite exhilarating game day as well. Looking at the results so far inside these group, Jack, well, Team Liquid Alienware at the top is very good, but at Group B, Ninjas in Pajamas, what happened there?
Yeah, that's certainly the surprise. If we focus on Group A for just a second, Team Liquid Alienware, FaZe Clan, you know, the Team Liquid Alienware being the old Fury, of course, the top 2 of SAL, as you would imagine, are in the top 2 of their group standings, but it's very, very close to that group, particularly to determine who's going to be in the upper bracket. And then, yeah, Nip at the top of Group B, Furia, the new Furia. I think both of those a little bit of a surprise, Leo, especially considering that team that's down there in 4th.
Yeah, I mean, NIP lost their IGL to Fluxo W7M, and yet they're topping their group, and Fluxo W7M have both lost to NIP and to Furia. The biggest surprise to me is INTZ, which I thought was basically a team of outcasts, right? A team made of former pro players who didn't play so well last season. They got together, grinded their way through the Challenger Series, and they arrive, and they take NIP to overtime. They also, you know, are surprising some teams by beating Furia, for example, also in overtime. You know, we're looking at INTZ, and I'm like, oh, well, they're putting a much more of a fight than Fluxo W7M, for example, who got absolutely battered by the same Furia that they beat. So there's a lot of surprise right now, and I'm just glad to see, by the way, Team Liquid won the Classico against FaZe Clan. That was one that they hadn't won in the past 2 years. So the entirety of the past 2 years in SAL. It was the first time they beat them in 2 years. And actually, they still haven't beaten them in a BO3 in the last 3 years. So it was a massive, massive change in El Clasico.
Yeah, and it's obviously a very different Team Liquid than the ones that we've seen over the past few years, but amazing stuff for them. The last play day for the SAL will be this Saturday, and they also still have a lot to play for when it comes to positions inside the group. And then when we look at the NAL, they've only had 3 play days last week. They had their Super Week last week, but again, surprising results. I'm looking at Group A, Leo, and we see 5 years at the very top of the scoreboard.
You know what? I'm here for it. I'm just so happy to see Forest succeed, obviously not only because his former teammate, but also because of how entertaining he is in the game. And never did they think I would say that, but he might not be the most entertaining player on his roster, because if I look at JJ on socials and then I look at JJ's player camera when he's playing, I don't know. I'm in love with this roster. If there had one reason for me to watch NAL, it would be watching 5 Fears, dominating their group, topping the charts when no one is looking at this. And by the way, Jack, M80, 4th. 100 Thieves 5th. What is going on?
I know. M18 major champions. That said, they did only play 2 games, so it's definitely 100 Thieves that are really going to struggle at this point to make it out of groups entirely, but still at least do have something to play for. Looking at Group B, by the way, how good of Dark Zero being. This new look roster, they've played some absolutely immense Siege. I think I'm right in saying this. I think they've played 3 Lurs in a row and won every single one of them. But yeah, out there on 9 points, they will basically top their group. But Space Station, even with their new roster, showing a lot of heart in terms of the games that they've played as well. So Group B has 2 teams 0 points, 1 team on 3 points. Like, still a lot to be determined there as to who goes home, who's in the low bracket, who ends up in that upper bracket.
And then taking it back to the best region of them all as we take a look at our own standings inside the EML and see where our teams find themselves, right? We talked about only 1 team that is eliminated so far, that team being Heretics at the bottom of Group A. And then when we're looking at this, Leo, for Vertus Pro, there's a really positive chance for them today.
Yeah, that is a massive potential for these guys who were struggling all the way back in the last seasons, that made a huge gamble, that replaced 3 of their players, and so far it seems to work. And for others that went through minimal roster changes, Jack called them the loser of the roster transfer period. Fnatic, or even Shifters to a degree, because they only made 1 roster change, they do seem to be in a more of a tough spot, even despite Heretics, being below them. One of these rosters could end up in lower bracket, and that would be a huge blow to 2 partner teams.
If I'm a Fnatic hater, Shill, Leo, you're a Fnatic hater. They were top of the group standings yesterday, didn't play. They're now in 3rd, and you've said they're in a tough spot. But no, I do agree. I think, the biggest surprise for me there in Group A has been VP. They have played so well across their 3 best of 1s.
And then for Group B as well, looking at those results for a little bit, that is the open group, right? We see Falcons at the very top. I feel like that's something we anticipated prior to the kickoff. And then Secret, a great comeback that we're seeing from this roster who was at the very bottom starting at this EML Super Week. Rebels, they have it all to play for today, Jack.
Yeah, they really do. I think everybody in Group B has got some skin in the game today. Twisted Minds, of course, through to the bracket, confirmed. They're the ones that don't play. But everybody else has something to play for and can confirm themselves, / also, in theory, could see themselves out as well. I think, the Constantina in this group, the fact they're all so close together has made it very compelling.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this and you look at the points difference between every team, only 3 points. So, right, the final play can define everything. And why does it matter? Well, it matters because if you look at, Vertus Pro, for example, who might top their charts, or Falcons as well top their group, what does that mean for them? That means that they will end up in match 5 or match 6 here on your screen. That means that they have 2 different BO3 opportunities to make it to a Salt Lake City major. 1 single BO3 won, and that's it. They are the major.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. It's very good to put yourself in that position, right? Because that means you're only 1 win away from making it to another international event. We'll have a look at our schedule for today, as it is just 1 more playdate to determine all these positions inside of the group. Starting off with a match where we have the ex-team Secret Academy going up against their own organization, the organization that they used to be with, at least for the moment being during Challenger Series. But looking at this in general, we're going to talk about some negatives, right? Teams that are fighting for their life inside this, but Leo, there's also a lot of positives that we can look at.
Yeah, I mean, we already touched upon it. I think that VP, if they secure the win here today, they will make this very interesting, because they will have proved to everyone that the gamble of recruiting 3 new players was worth it, because they will top their group when they had the super team of G2 in the same one, by the way. For G2, it's a similar story. If they end up losing to Fnatic and they're barely scraping their way into the playoffs and maybe even not managing to go into the upper bracket, that would be a huge blow for a team that was supposed to be the new biggest super team with Shaiko and Benja returning to the roster. So there are some question marks for Rebels, for Secret as well. Teams that had, I guess, for Rebels, less hopes on them. For Secret, a lot of hope and pressure. That's pressure to perform. Loads of interesting matches today.
That most certainly is. I mean, I want to take a look at our very first match of the day when we're going to dive into Secret versus Rebels. And as we talk about these groups and the positions and everything, I want to pull up the graphic that shows you what is at stake for these 2 teams, right? We've kind of have it written out for you to kind of explain what could happen should either team win here, Leo.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful part about this first match. Team Secret, they can confirm upper bracket. That means a lot because of all the pressure they seem to have, especially after losing to Twisted Minds. That was such a hard way for them to get into Kickoff. They said it before. They had the nerves. I think now is redemption time. If they win, they secure the upper bracket, and that is what matters. For Rebels, they're the David in the goal-last match here. They have to defeat the big Titan of Team Secret, and despite two roster changes on the side of Secret, it's still a massive Titan to take down. But they would confirm playoffs if they were able to beat Team Secret. Otherwise, sadly, it would mean that they were grouped.
There's so much on the line for both of these teams, but for me, for Team Secret, the fact that they can confirm the upper bracket, you know, the fact that it can still go well, considering the hate that they received when they made these roster transfers, is testament to how hard and how well actually the recruitment was from the side of Team Secret. Look, these were some of the tweets to the replies of the announcements of Citizen, of Nafe, of, you know, trolls ultimately on social media that were not happy with these two players coming in. But my God, they've put in such an impact. Secret, they lost game 1. They looked crestfallen inside of their game 2, but an epic comeback, and then in the end they really did show their worth.
And we heard it from Noah yesterday as well, right? The way he was talking about these newer players on the roster being a little bit more vocal than the ones they had on this roster before, and it's helping for them so far. But even for those that remained on the roster, the two fraggers that we had left in Noah and Mowgli, Leo, it seems that they again are putting in the work too.
Yeah, they proved that yesterday in the game versus Falcons. You know, if we look at, for example, Mowgli here with the Solis, with an incredible pre-fire to win a 1v1 clutch. Even with Noah, the round after, Ornella in the 1v2 gets the kill here, and then he will be able to fake the defusing and then hit a crazy wallbang. And even with a newer player, you know, like here in this situation, Jack, they're in a 3v5, 2v5 actually. Nafe is the one that's gunning down people.
Yeah, he absolutely is. I think Nafe, when he plays as a second support, where he's got another primary IGL that's dictating the team and allows him to just be one of the better support players in World Siege. And I think we really saw that from Nafe. He's coming into his own with Savage obviously on the primary IGL role.
And then you look at Noah and you just watch him go crazy. I just want to rewatch this clip because the entry point in East, he keeps picking every single stuff. He picked that guy in office with 4 bullets left, by the way, switches to the pistol, gets the kill here. Incredible clip from him. And it goes to show Anne that the strength is still there, right, in that roster. The 2 entries, they're still there. Mowgli, Noah, the best assets of the roster, they still perform well. Savage is still a great IGL. I look at this roster and I think, okay, it's fine. They're still a top EML contender.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the reason that we're highlighting these two guys is really the fact that they were unaffected by such a material change to their system. Losing Doom, losing Adrian, Citizen and Nafe have just slotted in like for like. That allows Mowgli and Noah to continue being the top players they are, particularly on the side of Noah. 41 kills across 3 maps. He is absolutely thriving.
Yeah, and we're looking at their opponents for today. They have a tough task ahead of themselves because when we look at Rebels, they had an off day yesterday, so it's been a little while since we saw them, last since Monday. They only got that one victory over the line against Geekay, but from there on, Jack, it kind of feels like they've gone downhill.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, the initial hype, the first game, the, oh my God, Rebels are here, they're really going to show us a lot of substance. They beat Geekay and then really they've fallen off. And I think they've not actually shown us enough. They've looked scared, they've looked timid, they've looked really a little bit outclassed. And that's kind of what you'd expect from a team coming up from tier 2. But that man on your screen there, Lems, he's there to guide them through this. Asta's got experience. So they just need these guys to guide them through it. It might be their last showing. They might get grouped, but for them, they're going to want to put in a good performance.
I want to see where this series gets taken to as well when we talk about a map veto for these two, because it could very well be the final best of 1 that we see them play for a very long time. And this time, Jack will be taking it to Cafe.
Yeah, so actually this is a pretty low preference map for both teams. I think, you know, for Rebels, it's kind of 50-50 when they only played it a couple of times during Challenger Series. For Secret, they've played it 10 times across the last year. They actually only won it twice, but it is worth noting they played it a lot against M80s, G2s, Falcons of this world. They do tend to play it against better teams. The fact that Rebels are starting on the defense is big for me because they need to get out in front on Cafe. I think if we see Secret get on their defense with a 3-3, a 4-2 advantage, then I think it could be curtains.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, because they're in a situation where they need to land a few rounds really quickly. Otherwise, especially like you said, Jack, I thought that their attack win rate is really poor on the side of Rebels. So if they don't have a strong lead going into that side, it will be the end.
We know the stakes are high for both these teams, but the first match is going to start with Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, Anne and the team, and we will be taking our way in towards Cafe, and I believe it's the first time that we're getting Dostoevsky here in EML after we did it for the first time in SAL last night, potentially?
Yeah, and I hope that this is going to be a better Cafe than what I witnessed last night in SAL, because it's a game I don't want to remember with some of the plays I was seeing. But no, yeah, going to Cafe. I think overall for Secret, it's a map which they don't have a great record on, which is a little bit of a worry over the past year. They've only been able to win the map twice. After playing it 8 times, so it's not a great record to say. Certainly whenever it kind of comes to, I think, the best of 1 format, this is, I think, a map where it is a little bit scary, because as we know in best of 1s, it's just the one map, and if you get the better side on some of these kind of more attacker, defender kind of maps, certainly Cafe I would lean to the defender category, it can get a little bit scary.
Yeah, it's this sort of idea of momentum, right? Everybody talks about momentum, everybody talks about headspace, everybody talks about sort of expectation of where you are as a team and where you're going. And there are teams that can sort of cold reset round after round, the teams that can sort of get themselves locked in, and teams that need a bit of energy. And I would say both of these teams, they're energetic driven teams, right? They're teams that are built on momentum. They're teams where we've had obviously big roster changes on towards especially Secret, and and a team that has a lot to prove. Here where you have what is a bias towards a side, here where you have one that people sort of ostensibly go, oh, this is tougher, even if you're on the defense and things start going your way, that will build you momentum, fine. If it doesn't, say the first 2 rounds or 2 of the first 3 rounds go away from you as a defender on Cafe, what do? Do you hit your timeout? Do you start to panic? Do you worry that you're just going to be sort of on the back foot for the rest of it energetically? And I guess that's going to be the decisions that they have to make. Obviously, sort of parallel stories in a way between these two teams. Secret lost their opening game, Rebels won theirs, and then since then they flipped that sort of tide on its head. But can they find a bit of a nicer tasting sandwich at the end, and Rebels end this opening split with a win? Here, we don't start on the top floor because the top floor is not so good.
I also find it interesting that, Secret had the option to go to Cafe or Bank. And we know that Secret and Bank, that's a match made in heaven, isn't it? That goes hand in hand with each other. We've seen that incredible streak that they had before FaZe ended the streak at Invite, but yeah, not going to Bank, gonna go to Cafe instead. Maybe, I don't know, want to hide their Bank? I mean, I think most teams know what their Bank's gonna be. Maybe that's why Rebels left it open thinking, we've got so much knowledge on how they play Bank, we'll leave it open, and Secret think, maybe we need to improve on our Cafe. And, like I said earlier, certainly a map which hasn't been great for Secret in recent history, but we'll see maybe with the addition of having Nathan Citizen there, maybe their Cafe gets a heck of a lot stronger, who knows?
Well, it will get a little bit weaker for the defenders. Obviously, they lost Marteau pretty immediately, whether he was trying to peek out the window or just got caught passing by one. Either way, bye-bye Pulse. And here on a site where you're probably going to expect they're going to take the verticality and push their way down. Bit of a tragedy as the opener here, but still have time to work around this. Still have time to come up with a bit of a plan B before the boots start to hit the building, and those will drop down now on towards Heaven as they're just trying to swing their way on either side of the shop. You can see Linko's just getting himself touched a bit closer towards the engagement. The Banshee should scream if anyone swings in either side, but the swing is actually coming through right on towards the corner. They have the calls, they have an escape route they're trying to find. Obviously can drop down onto Pillar, but the pressure here from Secret is palpable. They are making sure that every single step is driven, and early smoke canisters will have to be rolled out just to stop this. But at what point, Alems, is he going to have to leave? He knows they'll get themselves on towards these windows here, and well, he doesn't want to be caught out and give themselves a 5 versus 3 to have to contend with, Demo.
Yeah, great clear. And really for Secret, they didn't even have to really shoot anyone. It was just the sheer presence, I assume, of having the Blackbeard, a little bit of window pressure. The defenders just feel too claustrophobic, and it forces that drop, and this is where Secret want them now. They have access to the verticality now. They can start getting their sledge and start using the breaching charges. Mowgli, though, has been picked off. He's able to place a track stinger, though, down in towards White, and Alam's maybe going to try and go aggressive using that smoke to cut off that Blackbeard, but no, just takes a couple of track stingers in the meantime. But like I said, it's where Secret want to be. They're upstairs, they have the vertical game. Just a matter of time before they start formulating the idea of going in for that plant.
this point, though, they've obviously still got to try and get the shield in, get themselves locked out. They've lost Mowgli, and they need to be a little bit more keenly aware of the chance to rotate round. And here, watching down on towards anyone that might try and swing out from the side of pillars. They're still present, and that's actually Feno underneath with the C4. He could be massive. The plant is being secured. You can see the pings. He's not entirely sure if he can go out, and at this point, the Blackbeard's able to get it secured. It's a fight up through the verticality, the 3 versus 3. Oh, bits of damage done either side. Savage is bleeding and burning elsewhere. They can have to try and formulate here a retake, and look, it's the slow creep round. They know that Nafe is in a million miles away. How aware is he? Not at all. As Linku's able to lock it out above, there is still Noah holding off on the cross. He's about to have 2 bodies swing round. There's the first. They're on the kit, though. Savage has to react, forces the player off, but can't win out the engagement. And a 3 retake leaves 3 still standing, and Rebels open up with the first round.
Great retake from Rebels. I mean, Secret, they played it by the book, didn't they? They did everything that was kind of typical of what we expect to see for a reading plant. Take above, do the verticality. He's drinking out of a Team Secret mug, by the way. Is that he pulled that out for this special occasion? Yeah, as I was saying, you know, Secret did everything right until it came to that post plant. Savage able to get the diffuser down. But it was Linku. He was the man who made the move. He must have had a little bit of time on a Nafe. You can see Nafe, I think, was just holding, expecting him to try and swing up red, but he was already there. He was in the Shaiko position already. And Nafe had no idea. And then once you start losing those players above, it gets so difficult for Secret to hold on to that. I mean, you look at the position that Noah was in. Had to cover 2 different angles. And yeah, just really tough for him. And Savage loses that engagement. But Rebels, I mean, just a little bit of time, and that's all you need in that retake, and you can make those big plays. For Secret, they'll think, start off well, just need to sharpen up in that post plant.
There was a lot of pace, obviously, as we sort of said about Secret's approach, was really, really well put together. That they had the early body, fine, it's a gift. But then from that point onwards, you've still got to try and get it delivered. They got themselves quick on towards stage. They then just kept the pressure going, pushed down Pixel, pushed down, obviously, the long corridor towards top white. But losing that flank watch, losing that gridlock, losing that cover. Oh, Lem's just pulled away at the same second. Mato isn't a million miles away from doing his own run out. It just puts you into that other situation, though, right? Where there's always the chance of drifting out. Went out of hell and found nothing. But you can see that in the same way I'm talking about how great Secret were at building the pressure, Rebels are doing the same thing. They're meeting that pressure with a pressure of their own. They're making sure everything's uncomfortable. They have these Goyo canisters, so if anyone did try and come in quick on towards Bakery whilst they were doing this on the top floor, well, they're not going to get very far. But it does sort of give the idea of, okay, maybe we need to peel our way a little bit closer towards the site. Look at Secret. All of them pretty much wrapped around here and the attention onto Bakery.
Yeah, it's going to be a frontside take. Not the typical attack that we see teams go for. It's usually the vertical option into the hatch drop towards Freezer, but Secret are trying to strong arm their way in through Bakery. They have a Capital, can make quick work of anyone in that power position. Savage, did he a C4, but he's still alive.
Start loading.
So I will say, though, a Blitz and low HP, it's not great. It's not great to have, and like for Blitz, you really don't have to pick your moments. But now for Rebels, I mean, surely they should know what Secret are going to go for. There's nothing happening upstairs. You've got Citizen who's dropped in through the hatch. He's been caught between a rock and a hard place. Now 2 players are going to go for the double swing. Very well played by Rebels. And now for Secret, it looks as though that could be the round done and dusted, especially the Blitz of such low HP. Really, what can he do?
Yeah, I mean, 3 players dedicated. Great comms and calls there from Rebels to sort of collapse around the loose man. And now as Nafe gets 1, that's all that they'll probably get. Noah's trying to make his way through prep. But the only thing prepared was a decent, solid hold. Very reactive there from the side of Rebels. They sort of had some of that first day energy that you and I got to see from the side of... Well, actually, no, I did. I was with Tim at the time. I think it was when Tim was... Des was sick somewhere or in a well. I can't remember the excuse we gave. Either way.
In a well.
In a well. He fell in a well. We got him out, though. He's good now. They were... hitting the ground running, right? They were so quick, they were so able, and they were so active. And then they faded away a little bit, but we've seen them step their way back in here. And I mean this, so you've got 1 putting pressure on above, the 2nd player here, but then a 3rd player just offering the cross. It's a bit of a risky dedication, but it means you confirm it. And even if you trade it, you've still got the man advantage, so why not? And then they get themselves 2 rounds in a row. It is defense. It is Dostoevsky. It is probably going to come down to tertiary sites and fights, but well, that's what we're going to get a taste of now as we move on towards the mining room.
Believe it or not, this is actually Secret's better side if we kind of look at the stats to Cafe over the past number of matches that they have played in this map. So, a little bit worrying that they are already 2-0 down. Look, obviously, I think for Secret, in terms of, you know, getting prep done on a side like Rebels, where we know we're, you know, obviously a very new team, new players who haven't been at this level before. Whenever we kind of talk about the experience, you're really looking at Alems. You know, he's played at the highest level. He's been there. He's done that. So certainly for Rebels, it is a learning curve for a lot of these players. And I think that they've came in with really good confidence so far in the stage. You know, compared to, I'd probably say compared to Heretics, who we've seen bottled out last night, 0-4 in the group. They'll not see them again inside the playoffs. So certainly for Rebels, they've kind of went the alternative route. You know, they've came in as a rookie team, and they are making moves, and it's great to see.
It's always that sort of conversation, right? Because, you know, 7 hours ago, 8 hours ago, you and I were wrapping up a day of SAL where they only have a single rookie player out of all of them. And here we're getting, in some elements, rookie teams. We're getting, you know, new build teams. We're getting teams that have driven their way up from CL. And you get these other aspects of everything where you get to see mixed stories. And Rebels here fighting for survival in a similar sort of way. Obviously, there is huge experience on this roster. It's a balanced mix of experience and sort of rookies coming together. And you kind of always want to see new blood come up. You want to see new guns of potential, and the potential might be starting here. They're going to go for well, I was going to say blind and in, but there's actually no drop down instead. Eyes up new Balkan. Nath does get Feno. That's the first one caught, rotating their way back via pillars and found.
Yeah, good cut off. Having somebody on the pillar door, send those Yings in, you might get a bit of movement down in towards pillars, and because of that, Nath has been able to square away a kill. So Secret, very similar to the first round, will sit with a man advantage. But all about that last minute, that's what they need to try and tide up, especially the post plant. And you look at the bomb site we are dealing with, it is going to be in towards that train and mining right now. Morrow, whoa, what was that? Looked as though he was going to go for an easy swing, but somehow Mowgli gets one with an aid. Finds a second with his gun, and Secret are making quick work of this round.
I mean, suddenly they've got themselves that sort of energy. Suddenly they're going for the collapse. Suddenly they're able to pull them apart, and suddenly Rebels don't really seem like they know which way is up and out. There is a round that we maybe expected from them a little bit early, but you know, it's fair to sort of say that in that opening round, getting the kit down, getting themselves in was pretty solidly put together. There, it's almost this expectation of, okay, you know we can lock down this third site. We locked it down pretty well. Worst case, we get 2 of those as we swing our way back round, and Rebels now have the other side of that. They realize how quickly that one went away from them. Do they sort of go, that's fine, that's the tertiary, we'll sort of put that to a side? Or do they go, okay, we need to make sure that we can try and go a little bit harder on these next 2 rounds, because Secret always have that potential to snap to life. The Smoke and the Nomad, more limitations. You assume Gridlock is just going to be constantly played and picked forward, and to be fair, yeah, that was the only round that we had the Nomad to double down. It just means they can't do that again. Oh, I mean, put it in the highlight clip.
Yeah, it was very strange. I thought the Pulse had obviously info, and I thought he was going to swing and kill Mowgli. Just kind of like full sprinted at him and didn't realize he was there, which is strange. I mean, the Nomad ban, I mean, straight away if you're Secret, you're kind of worried about 2 things. Okay, they're banning the Nomad. Jump outs, flanks, obviously going to be a bit of an issue. So we have to then bring that Gridlock. Mowgli more than happy to do so. But also the second ban that would also, I think, kind of send a bit of an alert through the system would be, that's a really big counter to Clash off the board. And we know that Clash and Cafe is a great operator with the way that you can hold a lot of the choke points. Crossfires that attackers can have on windows aren't really an issue for Clash. So again, it's just little bits here and there that Secret just have to be careful of. Thankfully, though, for Secret, no Clash being brought in by Rebels. So, overall, I think it's okay. I mean, Secret, and certainly the way that they've kind of been playing, Shield's obviously a massive part of their game style. You know, we know that Savage can play all the different shields. That's why the Monty was banned straight away from Rebels. They know the power that Secret have with those operators. But it is interesting that the only round that they've won was without the shield, so they're going to go back to a shield this time. Savage on the Blackbeard.
Will they get a gift? Yes, and it is the perfect person to get rid of in this sort of situation. You're able to take care of the Nomad with the ban. You get the Gridlock on the opener. You get Mowgli, who pulled off the sneaky little 2K on the previous round. Everything is coming up Feno right now. The 5 versus 4, but swapped the other way around. Last time, obviously, we were on this site. Rebels lost the early body. This time, difference in the approach. You can sort of feel the pressure is mounting, but now, how is Secret gonna operate? They've lost the opening body twice, and both times it's been Feno killing Mowgli. Apparently that's a bit of a one-sided grudge match right now, but as Noah gets a bit of late revenge, you can see the pulse, and this is the problem of this player being up at this point. The shotgun's out, and oh, so is the player damage! Predictions, and his prediction was to kill the hop out.
How has he won that against the shotgun too? Does put Savage in really low HP, and a very important kill. Alem's able to find a pick back, which will keep it as an equal man count. Very important for Rebels is to not let Secret have the extra man. Now for Secret. Where did they go? Citizen. Take a bit of flame damage there as the Goyo does get popped. I mean, don't forget that top floor isn't the bomb site. We're dealing with another mid-floor site. Obviously, for timing here for Secret, they need to try and get a bit of a move on. There will still be Goyos, I'm sure, towards the pillar door, which will have to be dealt with. They've got 2 nades to try and burn that util if they get themselves into the position. Only issue, though, maybe, Fluke, is not a lot of soft destruction, so opening up those vertical holes the way that they had it last time, not going to be a possibility.
Lems loses the C4, but he's able to slip his way past and is actually going to move into the fight. The call comes out, though. It's sort of a reaction to a reaction, but unfortunately the action is that they lose their shield and do get one back now. On towards the plant position, and the calls come together, but Alem's great pre-fire on towards Citizen, and look at the positioning that now Aster has taken. He's above, and they have Noah surrounded. But they won't even get the full taste of it. They get the round, but it is very delicate balances here, Demo.
Yeah, it was a close round. Certainly the closest, I think, that we've had. Really could have went either which way. But it is going to be Rebels who take it. Alam's big plays from him. Big kills, being able to get kills back when needed. And obviously that closed out the round as well. Just playing a little bit passive in that late game, knowing that, you know, Noah needs to plant. He has to do something. For Secret, the timeout gets called. And we know Secret, especially Twister, we know his kind of philosophy whenever he calls the timeouts. He is there to simply stabilize the team. He has full trust in Savage. Honestly, at some points, I think Twister and Savage, they share the same brain at points. That's how similar they are the way they see the game. So Twister only really uses his timeout to get in there and calm them down. That is his philosophy. Let's hope he can do so.
Listen, I mean, sometimes, you know, when you spend a lot of time with each other, you develop psychic abilities. We all know this. Everybody knows this. We've all seen X-Men. I mean, here, it's these little plucky moments that they keep sort of thriving in where... Okay.
It should have been dead, but
the shotgun gives, the shotgun takes away.
Yeah.
Giving Alem 7-1 throughout this game so far.
That's big. Big for Alam's, obviously on his kind of comeback stage. I've been missing him for a little bit inside of EML. But he's back. Bunch of young guns with him as well. Maybe Alam's is the young gun. Maybe we just didn't know it.
I don't think that works. I think
5 seconds left before insertion.
this is the sad thing about working in esports, is when you're doing your research about players and you're learning things, there's now a point where you see that somebody was born in like 1990 whatever, and you're like, oh, I feel their pain immediately. Like, and Alems shares that pain with me, I think. Ooh, and there he is, full of pain and shot in the face by Noah.
Just a simple yellow ping and a spray for a window, eh? Old but gold, as they say. Secret, good first pick, takes down the Solus. Always a nice operator to get rid of. Obviously for Secret, last time they were here on the kitchen site, they kind of went direct and it ended miserably. Now they're going to play a little bit more default, go for the motions, sweep the entire building, get themselves in towards that mid floor, open up the hatch, use the buck, get the vertical work done, all the standard stuff that we expect to see. You've still got the Blitz 2 that you can use for either roam hunt or that late kind of push in towards VIP, which is where we see good success with the Blitz to isolate that player. Should be a VIP player, but you don't see one here at the moment.
Swapping mag.
Well, there's...
They're all second floor still.
Well, apart from Mowgli. Gets knocked out. They've got the shield trying to get some of the information here. Savage trying to pop their way around. But yeah, it's a very cautious approach, and they're almost hoping that the wild playstyle of Rebels is something that they can try and punish, but as it's gone, they've not really been able to make their way. I mean, look, they're just leaning back into it. Citizen finds his first kill. Nath gets one, but Marto trades it right back out, and Marto gets himself 3 for the round, and it leaves what is a 1 versus 1 reloading. No, Linko kept the pressure on, and you were right. You know, for where the site was and where the fighting happened, who needs a kitchen? Up top, we have a brawl.
I just don't think Secret were expecting so many roamers. I certainly wasn't. I mean, whenever you kind of take in consideration the way that bomb site is usually played, you expect to see that VIP hold. You have plenty of util for the freezer drop. Secret obviously went for the more traditional approach. You go for the roam clear. But I just don't think they, especially whenever they got the first pick. You know, typically if you get that first pick from Caffrey, the defenders are thinking, maybe we should go back here. We're down a man. We maybe just try and turtle up. But no, they think, we're just going to keep fighting. And really, it was just Secret was not expecting the onslaught of players. I mean, look at this from Nate. Just did not expect that guy whatsoever to be up there.
No. It's the element.
Difficult.
I mean, it plays into what I was sort of saying that Rebels have been doing really good. It's just they've kept stepping back in, right? They make everything feel uncomfortable for Secret. Secret is a team that, you know, can spend time building, can spend time. We've sort of said it before. Savage is a very feet-first IGL. Make sure that he can be there to get perspective, and he sort of will sprint around the map. With Shift key, it's glued down, baby. He's always making his way around. And the fact that Rebels are sort of stepping back into space and sort of trying to meet him and cut people off and get in the way is really destabilizing Secret's ability to set up. And as I said, it would be a map potentially made in the tertiary site, and we're going to get there now. There's also obviously the history from the side of Rebels where a lot of them were obviously at one point Secret Academy once upon a time, and LM's sort of, you know, pre-BDS.
Used to be on Team Secret back in 2019, wasn't
right?
it?
That sort of classic Secret roster. So Mowgli's able to find himself the entry kill. He's been a bit back and forth with that statistic throughout this showdown, but it'll at least end the half in the positive on it.
Yeah, I think for Rebels, I wouldn't be surprised if they just try and go aggressive again. Like you mentioned, they never sit back. And I think that's the correct way that Rebels are going about this. Secret, I think, are playing pretty step-by-step here in Cafe. You know, it seems very systematic the way they want to kind of go through the motions. And the worst thing to do if someone is playing step-by-step Siege is to let them do that. And that's what Rebels are trying to achieve. It's that disruption. They're always keeping Secret on their toes, and they're having good success with that. Double mirror window set up. Oh no, the Ash. I think that's just missed one of the mirror windows. Bit of an issue now for Secret because they're going to have to resort to using the Selmas. One of the Selmas will be used to open up the bathroom mirror. What about the freezer one? No, that's, I would say, the more important one to remove. A little bit of a blunder here from Secret, but still in good stead, though, for this top floor. They've still got that shield full HP. And Linko in a very dangerous position, again, looking to see if he can go aggressive, looking for those picks. Savage taking a lot of damage from that mirror window. Finally, it's going to get opened up with the Selma. He knows that the player's going to be stuck inside the freezer. In goes the nade, and down goes Marto.
Yeah, great catch there. Asta, in the meantime, continues that game of stepping back in, but a little bit too far there, Linko. Oh, a little bit too far there. Nate drifts into the open, gets decapitated, and now the 3 versus 2, but with the shield driving their way in. Asta's doing his best to hold on. He's obviously just being sort of chased. They want the kill, but they can't quite get it cleanly. A 2 versus 1. Feno might know that somebody is on the window and, well aware, but they can't get any further. That will be a 4-2 half, and that will be, oh, a little bit of a chat with our desk.
Thank you very much. Yes, a 4-2 half is something you can expect on the defense here as well, right? But the good thing that we're seeing from Rebels is, yes, they're playing against their former organization's main team, but despite that, Leo, they're not showing any respect to the players either.
Yeah, and honestly, we see that throughout the rounds. I don't know if you can count the amount of spawn picks that we've seen. At least the spawn pick travels. Like every single round, I see a player on Rebels trying to run out and get aggressive. And even if they lose a player, most of the time they don't care about the man disadvantage. They will still find a way to play together and bring that man count back. If we look at a few examples in the first few rounds, you'll see that happen quite efficiently. This first round, they lose the opening pick, they bring the man count back to 3v3, and look how they isolate the gunfights. And look at this double swing, the two players together, making sure they retake tarps. One baiting, the other one coming from the side of Cocktail. Boom, and then the last player spots the last one. That's a beautiful retake. And even in round 2 here, look, the first player goes aggressive on red stairs, and then 2 more players come to help him. As they revive him, one goes down the stairs, he will spot that everyone is rushing him. He uses to burrow to slow them down, and everyone else comes scrambling around Secret. That's a beautiful way of playing the game. They know when to play aggressive, they know how to not respect them too much, and when they do so together. So a 4-2 split is not something out of the ordinary when you start defense on Cafe, but I just want to praise them on that cohesion that we're seeing so far. I'm wondering if they can translate that into the attacks, because it's always easier in defense, but overall, really happy with the performance from Rebels so far.
And let me again remind you of the stakes of this matchup, something we discussed at the beginning of this game. Secret can confirm upper bracket should they win this game here on the defensive half. But for Rebels, it is also important for them to win this one, right? On the verge of elimination. They want to make sure they make a clear statement by making or getting this victory over the line here. We saw them even drink from Secret cups, right, at some point, right? So we know how much this matchup means for them here. But going into this attacking half for Rebels, it is all for them to prove that they belong inside that top 4 here in Group B of the EML. Secret on the defensive half, which should be the more comfortable one. Let's see how the second half unfolds.
Oh, thank you very much, Anne. And Leo. And Fresh. Maybe he's fallen into a well demo. We need to get...
Well, at least they'll be with Daz, you know.
Yeah,
they'll be
gone to help Daz. Yeah. Gone to save Daz. You know, good friend, good friend. We have that turn of the half. We have the 4-2, and now we, have a good chance that we're just about to see the same thing. Do you think?
This is where I certainly think that the pressure now goes over towards Rebels. I think Secret will have a much better time here in the defense, just with the way the map is. I think for a team like Rebels, attacking a map like Cafe, you need to be so in sync with how you use your util, how you trade, how you go for the 3-2-1s. So that's what I'm going to be interested in the most, and see kind of what stylistics that they want to play. Straight away, going with the kitchen defense, this will give us a good look into how Rebels want to kind of approach this matchup. Because if we start seeing, the soft destruction, the operators who are going to be typically brought in for that top-down clear, going for the more traditional approach, then okay, that's the way Rebels want to play it. I see the Ram. That makes me think that we're going to see that. Also, it's the observer picked up that Nafe is currently hiding the Cade. That will, of course, be for primarily the back hatch, which can be a little bit difficult to get off if you don't have the right lineup for it. And really, the main way that we see the Cades be removed is with nades, not necessarily EMPs, because you can drop a nade down the freezer holes, and it should be able to catch it. And you look at Rebels' lineup, they only have the one nade available to them, unless Solid Snake is able to find some picks out in the roam, and then he can replenish that single nade. But for the meantime, just the one. A little bit of I would say, a mini game that Rebels need to try and solve.
Well, the Twitch drone's going to roll their way in. Obviously, they almost got rid of Noah quite quickly as well. And, well, talk about get rid of utility. There go the Goyo canisters. Quick deploy. Happy with the trade out and happy with the sort of delivery. Now, as we're trying to just steady on and I guess it's always the approach here of Rebels. Do they want to be a bit direct, as we saw from the side of Secret? As he said before, they could go above. Right, they could get themselves locked in across the top and drive it, but it seems like they're still running the numbers. They're a bit cautious, and this is what Dostoevsky is. It's tricky on the approach, Demo.
You like the Solid Snake, though, for this kind of approach. And look at the information. Citizen and Mowgli both going to be pinged out, and that can be fed over to Fano, who could maybe just go for the swing with that DMR. It just feels like a 3-2-1. It's going to be a full horizontal take rather than the vertical.
Now, as the explosions come round, Mowgli finishes off, but Alems at the same second drives in, so Mowgli keeps sending it. There goes Linko. There goes a third Mowgli. He's shown up with a vengeance at the start of this round. As I said before, he's been a bit up and down in terms of the entrance statistic, but if you were to put that on a graph, baby, to the moon. Now, Marto, all that's left. Here's a rip of a C4, but it's not quite close enough to cause any damage, but on this site, with what has been done, what still needs to be done, and where they can go, well, I feel like we're just about to see a couple of exits unless Secret really decide to hand him the round.
A little bit of Vert to work with, but nobody from Secret showing themselves as of yet. Or Secret, that was really just fronting up the storm, wasn't it? And you could kind of see the ideas that the Rebels tried to play through. Looks like Marta's also going to take a little bit of a mini timeout here for Rebels. They've tried to go for the horizontal take. They've tried to use operators like your Solid Snake, like your Dokkaebi to gain that information. You have kind of two teams, one team pushing in through garage, the other team pushing in through the front desk. And Mowgli just hits some insane shots. And sometimes that's all it takes, is one player who just goes bang, 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 all dead, round done. And that is always going to be a bit of a worry if you're Rebels going up against players like your Mowglis, like your Noahs, who we've seen can just turn it on. It was the graphic that the desk highlighted. These two have remained with Savage. Losing Adrian, losing Jum, they've been unfaced. You know, it's like for like that slot in with having Nafe, with having Citizen, and just Mowgli and Noah just doing what they usually do, killing a lot of people.
It's a nice skill to have in video games. Just be able to turn on the heat, you know, make things spicy. It is the opener here on towards Kitchen. It's a game that they played, hiding the Kaid. Maybe there were questions in the approach that meant they had to feed in, but here, just there, the little step over into one and going, no, one more fight to find. I mean, the gun it's a laser beam in the right hands. Citizen taking care of Asa, getting the sort of close down on the back, and getting themselves within touching distance. As I said before, it's not going to be surprising if we get ourselves tied up and then it becomes a 5-4 into Rebels' favor. It's just the questions of pressure, right? It's the questions of making sure that can you sort of get into the mentality of like, look, if we're winning this on the tertiary, we're going to have to go all the way. We're going to have to do one under the sort of pressure of losing the whole map. And where things have been so precious in the points, obviously, where we've got the talk about of risk of statistics of where these teams can end up, the fact that obviously Secret can sort of jump themselves and confirm top 3, they can get themselves locked in and towards upper bracket, or if Rebels win, they can get themselves into playoffs. They can sort of set things up, we might see. But a lot of that balances on full points, right? A lot of that balances on doing things in regulation, and sometimes you don't really want to leave it to the flip of a coin of a single round anyway. We're still a few rounds away from that demo. What am I doing? What am I talking about?
Yeah. I think the biggest Secret fans right now is probably Geekay. Wouldn't you agree? You know what I mean? They're looking for the Rebels loss to send them straight on through into playoffs, and then they don't really have to worry too much about the Falcons game later on. Secret getting that first round is very important. I mean, now it's a 4 rounds to 3 rather than what could have been a 5 rounds to 2. So big old difference. The mentality of giving Secret that bit of hope and belief that, yeah, we can make the comeback from 4-2 down. We can do it. A lot of util burn. Obviously has been set up here by Secret. You've got the Jaeger, and you've got the Wamai, and even the Aruni. You've got the triple threat. You've got all 3 of them. They're looking to deny a lot of this util, primarily coming in towards the Shaiko position. It will catch any util being tossed in via Skylight, obviously through the hatches too. As we've seen, the ADSs were popping quite a lot of that. So for Rebels, what are they going to do if they can't really use their util? And do you have a pretty heavy util lineup? I mean, you've got the Capita, you've got the Glass in there too. Look at that, the bolt gets eaten up. Benno, though, able to pick up 1 on the window before Nafe very swiftly picks off the Glass. That's a good kill to get.
I mean, the confidence that those two players have had going into the entry of sort of Fenno and Mowgli has been consistent throughout both, but then the response of trades, making sure that they can get a body back of their own, even if it's in a slightly different engagement, also seems to be a big consistent with these two teams. And, you know, there goes one, there goes your glass, there goes a big utility part of a utility drive. And as you've said, they've already lost a decent chunk. So anything else taken away is a bit of a nightmare. They've got the kid on the far side, trying to find their way in on towards Heaven. But otherwise, with the long watch on towards Shaiko, they're just sort of, you know, being a bit hands-off right now, because they know as soon as the first gunfight falls, everything is connected, everything is intricate, and you see it there immediately. The first pressure comes round, bodies trade once again, either side, and now they're just going to try and drive it and send it across the middle of the site itself, but it's 2 versus 2. Nobody is giving a quarter. Nobody is giving an inch to either each other. It's just bit of a blinding ballet of death here, and as the Solace goes underneath.
Oh no.
Yeah, bit preemptive there in the plant.
Doesn't
Ooh,
know.
a bit out of range. That's something else. That's not the kit, buddy. You're hunting ghosts, and oh, they missed the opportunity.
Oh, this is dangerous. Very dangerous here from Secret. I mean, Citizen, what's he going to go for? He's going to look for the jump out and hopes he can support Savage. They've got 30 seconds. They go for this. In goes the double jump out. Savage able to find Acid, but now both of them are going to be downstairs, and Linko knows that. Going to play close in the stairs with the shotgun. He sees the player peek across Citizen. Gets picked off.
Can't make
and
it.
Savage, I just don't think he's going to have enough time. 10 seconds
can't make
remaining.
it.
Has to jump for it, but nah. Brilliantly played from Linko. I mean, for Secret, they had the idea, let's go for this guy. We have to try and take this kill. But Linko was still above. Maybe were they expecting that both players were going to be outside? Was that the expectation?
It's got to be, right? They're sending 2 people to secure it. They're sending 2 people to sort of confirm that kill, confirm that engagement. You know somebody's going to be on the windows. But they're just that swing round. I mean, here, the sort of thread of it. There's the second swing round, same run out twice in a row. And at that point, you know, he knew that if he sprinted all the way, he could have gotten the kit with time. But at that point, unless they want you to have the round, you're not going to have the round. And great play of realizing where the first bit of pressure is going to come from, and the fact that they have to get there quick, get close with the shotgun. Don't give them the option to assume a fight with any range.
I need to know if Citizen had any of his overdrive left in the Solus.
10 seconds left.
As you can see, it was the Solus below, made the correct play. Yes, we have a Solus who got an impact and stopped the plant going down with the time that was left. Really difficult for Rebels. They're going to have to, if not now, then we're not going to be able to get the plant down, period. So they had to go for it, but just look at how many just gadgets was up there, drones, whatever it was. And he just didn't know where the plant was going to go down from. So he mustn't have had any overdrives left, or else that would have been the perfect time to use it so he can see exactly what it is that he's after. So yeah, unfortunate for Secret. Rebels 2 rounds away from securing this win. And then making Geekay sweat in the hot seat, as then pressure will shift over to them. But hey, before we get that, we'll need these 2 rounds sorted for Rebels, and we'll see if they can do so as we head into our next defense for Secret. And it's going to be now into a mid floor. It's going to be into Train now.
Now, for all the sort of fire that he opened up this game with, Alems has unfortunately drifted away a bit, but in the drive of the team game, the fact that the rest of his team is showing up alongside him is probably the biggest boon. They've kept themselves this round difference, as I said before, with how precious things are, with the expectation of 4 points. A moment to look away. Alems. You'll always have this, and ooh, has Feno got himself eyes bigger than his stomach? You might be about to find out. It's a nice aggressive position. And he's actually just going to try and slip his way closer, but Alems is able to get the opener, and now he's inside the site. And they might not know. They don't know. And instead, the camera's not active above him. He's been able to slip his way in. He doesn't want to take it out because instead, oh no, he can't get the freebie, but he can't get the second either. Eyes bigger than his stomach, but at least his team has been able to move in on the wake of it. All the pressure here on Savage to hold on to the train, but he can't quite get it as the cross comes out, though, over the top. Citizen is able to put down Alems. Brings us into the 3 versus 3, but Asa can try and plant the kit, but it's not going to go very well. Smuggler gets an easy lock in, and now maybe that drive was just a little bit too deep, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, for Feno, obviously had the comms and him inside. The team's reacted to that, but Feno needs to at least pick up one kill there, and, you know, miss shots against a team like Secret. They'll punish you for that, and that's exactly what Secret have done as they sit very comfortably in this round with 40 seconds left. I think that diffuser seems like a mile away from where Liquid is right now, and yeah, Mowgli, an easy swing. I mean, Secret, they left a gap. Very fortunate that Feno missed his shots, or else that could have been match point for Rebels. So maybe for Secret, some traps might not go amiss against the team. They're obviously playing for those pocket plays.
God, that's really a limitation on the extension defenders can do, right? What, you ban a castle if you could, and you've got all 4 of them that can extend that site in that manner? I mean, here, this first bit of motion, getting this far, everything was sort of gifted and to us. Too excited. You know, sometimes you see an open goal, you charge towards it, and you hit the crossbar. It happens.
Skied it into Rosette.
Listen, sometimes you just
Have
get
the penalty. Open net.
you just hoof it, you know, and you realize, oh, messed that one up, didn't I?
Yeah, it's almost like he went for a Panenka, and people just read that, but... Oh, it's what it is, but it just shows, you know, against the team like Team Secret, fine margins, isn't it? And
yeah.
Again, even for him getting in that position, it's great opportunity spotting, and it's just a shame it didn't pay off for him. So Secret have now condensed that gap to the 1 round again. We head into our kitchen bomb site now, and obviously last time here for Rebels, they kind of went for the horizontal take. They started using operators like your Solid Snake, like your Dokkaebi. Don't have the option of the Dokkaebi now.
RED active.
That didn't pay off for them. Secret played tight, played together, there for the trades if needed.
Spotted a
I mean,
bomb!
certainly if you look at the Rebels lineup, you're not going to be seeing the kind of traditional take above. You don't have the operators for it. You don't have really any self-destruction apart from what, a couple of breaching charges, which, I mean, that's not great. Twitch drone did 2 goals, I think it did, so that's pretty impressive. Find the 2. Nobody from Secret switched on to get that. Oh, nice from Deimos as well, being able to ping up 4 potential spots.
Reloading.
Actually, all 5 of them. He's got the full house. What does he want? Who does he want to go for?
Probably Mowgli, right? Based on how this round went last time, work out what the Goyo's going to do to stop you and see if you can shot him down first. That was the isolation. Straight in on towards bottom red stairs. Just going to keep looking for the fight, but doesn't want to overextend because well aware of the pressure that can come in. In the meantime, he's drifted his way, and see, that's probably why they want to get rid of him. Gets one, they get got finally. Mowgli tries to double down with the extra aggression as the pressure comes in on towards the bottom of white as well. You can see they've got the shields stacked up and ready to rock and roll. Inside code check too. It's just making their way in and getting the right move. Where do they want to pinch from? Marto's alone above. There's the tracks coming out. There's the pressure and the coverage of the smoke canister, so the shield can do this, drive its way on through, and
Nice.
get rid of that. Yeah, very clean, and oh, that was a close fight to take, but Alens needs to try and put the pressure on to support the player inside as well on towards VIP. They're sort of currently in a bit of a block box here, and the longer they sit, the more this is just going to work for the defenders, Demo.
Yeah, they need to try and make a move here. Rebels, minute gone. They've used the smokes for the blitz. They've used all their util apart from 1 fire arrow. Savage tucked in beside the Christmas tree. No, misses the shots. And Rebels, a flood of kills comes in for them. And Noah, all by himself in the 1v4. Oh, there's the Deimos track. It's what you hate to see whenever you're up against it. And a shield now. Peered this ugly head. Noah. Oh, back up against the wall. All they can do is hope that somebody makes a misplay, but nah, not going to give it to him. Ass is there. Rebels, match point. They secure themselves at least a point here against Team Secret.
They do. And now, if you're Geekay, you're probably looking at this like, okay, now we want Team Rebels to win. They are in this sort of element of...
Yeah.
You know, if they can take their fate into their own hands, if they can sort of get themselves eyed on towards their game. The following game is against Falcons. It's not easy. it's not easy, but what would you rather have? Would you rather have the fate in your own hands? Would you rather have things? There's always the chance, obviously,
Yeah,
you know, maybe they'll...
It's still in their hands.
Yeah, Secret could get an OT win. And then that...
You probably still want a Secret OT win, don't you? Because it only puts Rebels in on 4 points, and then all you need is 6 rounds against Falcons by that logic.
Easier, technically, than 7 rounds against Falcons. Harder than 5 rounds. Hi, welcome to my masterclass on how to play Rainbow Six Siege. I'm like Jesse and Tim and Fresh. I can make TikToks too. You need 7 rounds to win. Do you think people will buy my course?
I wouldn't.
Oh. Damn.
And I would say I'm probably the target audience as well.
You are the target audience, yeah, because you struggle counting to 7. Rebels, can they count to 7? Can they put this one to bed? The Carly is out, and a clash might be the reason why, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, you're also going to get good value as well from the castle. So I think obviously for Alams, it's a very strong pick here to counter 2 of the operators that are on board for Secret. You also see the castle barricade being electrified. Bit of a new addition over the recent months. So that will stop any ranged projectiles, i.e. either your Habana pellets or your ace. So those being electrified. Pretty important. Other ones, though, still left soft. So in goes the Kali, makes quick work of the castle barricades. I wonder where Rebels are going to go from. I mean, it is kind of like the pain and struggle of, oh, we have to go for a piano, which is usually a bit of a slog in itself. Obviously, if you're up against the Clash, it is obviously going to be a little bit more difficult, but you have the Kali, so there is potential there. So yeah, a lot of options here for Rebels just based on the lineup that they have. I think the first pick's going to be really important to know, dear. Fano is going to open up onto Mowgli. I mean, that battle for the opening kill, it is so tight between those two, and I think for Fano, don't know, has he taken over Mowgli? I think he might have, or is it squared up? I think it's 3 opening kills apiece.
Mowgli has 3. Feno now has 4.
Oh, he's got 4.
Between the pair of them, they have 7 of the opening kills, and then also 6 of the opening deaths. So it's been a brawl, and Fano keeps brawling, but here, Secret down to 2 of the OGs of this roster, Savage and Noah, to see if they can try and piece this together. We've seen huge clutches from them before, but as Asta securing the plant, and oh, they can't quite catch the loose thread of a player. It is a 1 versus nobody, actually. Rebels put this one to bed. They had a bit of a sandwich season and a split, but 3 points gets them in towards playoffs. Oh, he's drinking the Secret mug. Go back to a Lems production.
What's in there?
Clip it. Tears, pain, and well, they can work it out in the break.
What a big victory here for Rebels as they lock in the playoffs. Super important for them. And I'm glad that we get to speak to the victors. We should have Alems on the line to ask him a few questions. Alems, congratulations with a big victory here. You beat your former organization's main team. We saw you drinking from a secret cup even. Like, that victory must be tasting good.
Yeah, it feels good. It feels good because we were back on the wall on this group stage. So it was the game to win, and the boys did everything to win. So this game means a lot because we cannot finish last, I think, now, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're saying to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's like I said, it's a young team, so it's the first time in the big league. So I'm very happy that we are not getting grouped at the start. So yeah, pretty happy. This victory means a lot.
I mean, I think many people expected you guys to get grouped just because you come up from Challenger Series and you see the group and you're like, okay, well, it's easy to rule you guys out, especially if you look at Heretics and what happened on their side. And then there were the 2 losses, 7-1, 7-2 losses. It was not even close. Like, I think everyone was doubting that you could take down Secret today. What did you guys learn from these 2 losses against Twisted Minds and Falcons that really changed everything in the most important game today?
So the game against Falcons, I think we learned about not getting like kind of scared. I will say, like on that match, I think we lost mainly because we didn't take decisions at the right time. So that's why we lost, I think. And at least we didn't put as many rounds as we could. And against Twisted Mind, it's all about communication. Like we were playing ranked, like not communicating, and so it was bad. Today we came with a bit more hype, a bit more strategy, a bit more communication, a bit more coordination. Sorry, so it went smooth. I think it went smooth.
And I think a bit less respect as well. That's the way I would put things. Like, I saw you guys, especially in defense, like attempt spawn picks. I mean, you ran out of bakery. It didn't work, but you ran out of bakery. I saw, I saw Tubera running out on snow balcony. I saw you picking at a double window at some point. You were like that away from killing one guy, by the way. You left just before the guy was going to swing. But you're going to rewatch that. But I saw less respect. I saw you guys go in the game and feel like, yeah, I don't care. We're playing Secret. We will spawn pick them. Was that part of the game plan to try and be really aggressive and like show them that you weren't scared anymore?
Yeah, I think they beat Falcon yesterday. They did a very great game against them, and they had a slow start on the league. And I think this game could have given them like confidence, against us. But I said to the guys, like, I don't want them to be confident against us. I want us to be picking them. Like, we have to be confident. So that's why, like, yeah, it was kind of part of the game plan. And I think, like, with the player they got, they don't really like to be like picked and be aggressive on. So that's why, yeah, it was kind of part of the plan. Yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think, Alems, when we had you here last time, I think you spoke really inspirational about finding your motivation back to playing. You've gone from being just a Challenger Series team to make it into playoffs for contention of an international event. What would be your kind of way to speak to people that are watching at home and thinking, hey, I might be the next person who's able to do that?
Yeah, I think if you got the passion on something, you should try to go for it. Like, whatever it takes, whatever it costs, whatever people say. Like, don't listen to people that say that you can't. Just do it. Do your best. And like, I can assure you guys, if you just do what you love, it won't fail. Like, if you really put the passion, you will put the work because you will like what you do, right? So if you really follow these steps, it will be much, much easier to achieve what you want.
That's awesome. I think we should put this on a tile, print it out, hang it up, and look at it every single day as inspirational quotes. Alems, thank you so much for sharing these words, and best of luck for the playoffs.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the interview. Thanks to all the fans, and be rebels.
Awesome stuff there at the end. And everyone counted Rebels out, or at least a lot of people did, looking at this team coming in from a Challenger Series, but they did what needed to be done. They beat the former organization's main team, and they make it into playoffs. Leo, that's absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, and I will say this, I was one of the first, I guess, surprised guys about them being able to be so aggressive and be able to, win huge individual engagements. We went from seeing Secret take down Falcons to losing against Rebels, and I think that is a huge statement about, I guess, once again, the power in this league. The fact that you can have a team that was just recently in tier 2 take down a team that just yesterday took down Falcons. I think that overall, it speaks a lot about not only the fact that it's a B1 system, but also the fact that you have the talent for teams to upset big teams at the most important moments. I thought that the game plan was really well executed. I was scared for Rebels, I'm not gonna lie, when they switched to attacks, and I thought they were in the control almost all the time. And big props to Alems, by the way. The Frenchman on the side of Secret of Mowgli was really the one trying to pull the weight. He was playing against some of his best friends. On the side of Rebels, you have Linko, you have Feno, you have Marto, you have players that are, that have been part of Mowgli's life in the game for a long time, that play ranked with him for years, that saw this guy go on the biggest international event, and they waited for their turn to go into tier 1. And they finally got it, and they had to beat him to make it to the playoffs, and they did so with a lot of prowess. Once again, though, by the way, a double-digit game for LMs, and I'm very, very happy about this player because we talked about his age very often. We said also that it was a difficult year before for this player, and despite all of this, he's still by far the best-rated player on Rebels.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff to have somebody like with this experience, right? Of after going to these international events, right, be able to carry the logs for the team and really help these rookies find their footing inside a big league, right? Because the EML, they made it work. They're going into the playoffs right now, and for the likes of Secret, the matches still have a lot of implications later today, especially in Group B. I think at this point, Leo, they're gonna have to go and hate watch Geekay to hopefully make it out of groups.
Yeah, so put simply, right now they're on 5 points. So everyone else in the group have taken over them except for Geekay, right? So you can see on your screen, Falcons 6 points, Twisted Mind 6 points, Rebels 6 points. Now the next game is the most important one because Falcons are gonna play Geekay. So if Falcons beat them in regulation, Geekay stays on 4 points. Secret is through to the playoff. They will be in the lower bracket, but at this point, that's all they can hope for. The 2 options in front of them are either getting ripped or going in the lower bracket. For that, they need Geekay to make sure that they lose in regulation. If Geekay then wins or loses in overtime, they're on 5 points, and then it will be about the round differential. As you can see on your screen, Secret is on 0 right now, Geekay is on -5. So overall, even losing in regulation would save Secret. So overall, they just need Falcons to win 6 rounds.
Oh, that sounds absolutely terrifying. I do not want to be a Secret player right now, but luckily for them, they don't have to wait too long to find out the outcome of their own situation inside this group, because after the break, we have Falcons and Geekay. Welcome back to the EML Kickoff for our second game of the day. I'm glad we have Ace helping us out here to set us up for this matchup. Falcons versus Geekay, whereas Falcons had an off day yesterday, Geekay a day off. We're looking at these two rosters and kind of what is at stake. And I think Ace, you put it really well in the break. Perfect for the Gen Z attention span. Could you please explain what is needed for Geekay to make it into playoffs?
Yeah, it's super simple. Geekay, they need a win. Regulation, overtime, doesn't really matter. A win will get them at least 2 points. It'll take them above secret. A loss will see them go out because they will have at most 1 point, even if it's an overtime loss, and they will lose on round difference and head-to-head and all sorts of things. Secret have most of the tiebreakers there. So yeah, Geekay, a win, they go through. A loss, they go out. Simple.
That's a tough one, because if you guys remember what we showed in the pre-match of the previous match was all the hate that Secret got after the roster changes. And there's just like right now, there is a world in which Geekay beats Falcons and Secret ends up getting grouped, and they went from SI Grand Final to getting grouped in Kickoff, and I just don't want to see that world happen. I just think it's sad. So I obviously wish Geekay the best, but also at the same time I cannot help but feel for the players on the side of Secret.
Yeah, you do. And now I kind of want to ask from you, Leo. I mean, you had a quote from Stuflex, support staff over on the side of Falcons, speaking about that loss from yesterday.
Yeah, I think what was interesting, obviously, as we see him on the BDS jersey, by the way, because Stuflex had decided to step back, right? It's Julio now behind the players. He's still, at the realm of this roster. He's still the head coach. And I thought that what he said was very interesting. Their loss on border against Secret yesterday was part of the process. You don't grow without losses. And I thought that was very aligned with the statement that Kickoff made in our previous interview with him, where he said, we're not head and shoulders above everyone yet. We're still a new roster. We're still adjusting to June being in a roster. Roles have shifted a little bit to welcome him. It's normal that they go through these phases, and may as well happen it now in Kickoff, because right now they're still in a position where they can top their group and they can still make it to the best possible placement in the playoff bracket.
That's obviously the ideal situation for this roster here. I want to take a look at their team, though, right? The players that we have over on the Falcons roster, because they started so well, and we really thought this was going to be smooth sailing. And then yesterday, in your opinion, Leo, what happened in that Falcons game?
I think they were stunned. I think they were stunned because of Secret's super aggressive playstyle. They just went from playing a really easy and slower game against Rebels that really respected them maybe too much on the same map, to a Secret that came in with a real game plan, super aggressive, hitting all of their shots. That's fine. In the BO1, like they said, you can get punished very easily. I don't think they should read too much into it. Kickoff, yes, was frustrated, but I think that's fine. It's, like we said, part of the process here. And team, the most important thing still is their fate is in their hands. If they win this, they will be first of their group.
Yeah, Huntlo, I'm not worried about Falcons after one loss. That's absolute madness. Like you said, it's part of the process. They're a new team. That's where they'll find out where the holes are, and that's how they fix them. That's how they work around them. They've got 5 of, without a doubt, the best players in the world. Breeder was still clutching out yesterday, even when they're losing against Secret. This is a team that will be first or second. I have no doubt in committing and saying they'll be at the major. They'll get through the playoffs. I'd be amazed if they don't. So honestly, they don't need to change or really worry about much. Just carry on as they have been. They've been phenomenal so far.
Scenario seems so much better for this team right than for the opponents for today, because I feel like the general sentiment about Geekay is it's not been too bad so far, right? But the main question is that going to be enough? They had this big loss versus Secret where they had a big lead. They beat Twisted Minds. They lost the Rebels. I feel like when I look at this team, Ace, the results are all over the place.
Yeah, they are all over the place, and I think it kind of matches the play style a little bit sometimes. You know, we have that bit of chaos. Leo was talking to me about it just before we came on then. You know, you've got Rex and you've got Sarks. They're going to do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of the kills, but then there's maybe a little bit of a lack of an organisation behind that sometimes, so they struggle on the attack because they don't have the same structure. It's easier to have that structure on defence. It's all pre-made, it's all pre-set up, whereas on the attack, you've got to respond to what's in front of you.
Yeah, I think that's really what's holding them back, is that we know them for their really weird playstyle with the abuse of the Amaru and the shield and the Ying and all of that. And that's all fine. That's one trick that will gain you 1 or 2 rounds maybe. But I'm still struggling to see the overall methodological, like structural playstyle of that team. They cannot really revert to a default playstyle without losing too many bodies because they need more firepower. And the reality is, Sarks and Rexon can only get you so far. At some point, someone needs to ask question. Packbull is playing the hard role. Hungary is playing the shields. Ask is the one that was imported from Brazil, one of the best, if not the best regions in the world. Ask is the one that needs to step up. Right now, the worst rated player on the roster, 68 EPS, despite playing flex role, where he's got a lot of space to maneuver. He's playing good roles as well, good operators. He's the one that I'm looking at right now for them to step up and go beyond and go into playoffs.
You mentioned their playstyle as well, that kind of creative sometimes. I feel like the map might really take part of that as well. Leo, how is this creative playstyle going to take shape on a map like Lair?
I don't know. I'm not liking it for Geekay. Obviously, you know, they had a strong league against Secret on that same map. We've seen them play it only 2 days ago. And I believe that they feel confident on the map. But I just look at the record and I'm like, they lost it to Secret. In the LCQ, they lost it to Shifters. Before that, they lost it to Vertus Pro. It is a map on right now, they have a 0% record on it, 0% win rate after three times playing it in 2026. On the other side, what do I look at? I look at Falcons that 2 days ago took on Twisted Minds and were flawless. 7-2, clean victory, Junk drop 17 kills. It is once again a huge gamble, but team at the same time, you know, they have a recent VOD to go off. That was 2 days ago when Falcons played it.
Yeah, they've got something to build off at least, but yeah, I'd agree with you, Leo. I'm kind of expecting a tough time for Geekay just because, you know, we've said they struggle on the attack. They're going to have more organisation here because it's such a big map is there as well. There's a lot of ground to cover. You know, they can't allow Falcons to have that run around. They're going to have to deal with problems quickly because if Falcons get in the map and take those fights, you know, top floor when they're attacking basement, for example, and they've got to clear the whole lot, there's potential there for them to start struggling on time and for getting a little bit lost. You know, a big performance from somebody like Ask could really help them to do that.
And quickly, because the pressure is on this duel or die for Geekay, the match is ready.
Well, do or die, and the limits that we find ourselves in demo. So they said it at the sort of start of that. The moral of the story is everything is in their hands. Secret could be the team that don't get their way through this Kickoff's group. And would you have ever suspected that, Demo?
I mean, I always think the last day, it creates situations like this, isn't it? Where it's the kind of, you know, typically we see this more whenever it kind of comes to our international tournaments like Invitational, where we're kind of figuring out what this means. If they beat who does this mean? How many points do that whole crazy board that you have in front of you, you're trying to figure out the possibilities. Look, I think for Falcons, obviously losing the Secret, that's been the kind of blip, and I think Tim put it very well. You need to take losses with, you know, well, I wouldn't say a new team, but certainly with a new player, to figure out what the issues are, you know. And I think that was maybe a bit of a wake-up call for Falcons, was that match against Secret, and I would say they'll bounce back very quickly because we know how good this team is. On the side of Geekay, it's been a little bit of a scattershot, I feel, for them this stage, where I think the style of Siege is obviously pretty chaotic. We kind of knew coming in that's the way it was going to be, looking at, you know, the kind of IGLs, who's at the helm, Packbull and Hungary going to be calling a lot of the stuff, but we know the way their brains work. So certainly I think for Geekay, there's still an opportunity. It's a really difficult game for them, and it is a case where they need to win this. It's there. But we know what Falcons are like. They're a tough team for anyone in the world to go against.
Will they be able to, in the same sort of breath, right? If we're talking about who might not make it, and obviously it's always the more interesting story, let's be honest. But then you get the other side of it, where Falcons, if they can just get themselves into OT, they guarantee the top seed, I think, at this point, because then Geekay would be, getting themselves up towards 6.
Yeah, Twisted Minds still play.
Yeah, Twisted Minds not playing. Rebels, they've done great getting themselves that win earlier on today and sort of putting their fate into their own hands. And hey, you could always have a double upset day. There's always the potential. The difference is, though Falcons are starting on their defense, they can build in at this. The pressure, as you said, of those split sort of IGLing, that split sort of drive. Can they try and use it to get past one of the best rosters in the world, one of the best supported rosters in the world as well, with all the backline staff that they had in the conversation that came through on the desk? Falcons, they have somebody for every single job, and they're going to make sure that they do them to the best of their ability. Here's the breach and the break on towards the external wall, playing it safe, but the impact means that well, combined with the sort of slow down even, there's not going to be a lot that actually gets through that wall.
Yeah, gonna have to use more Selmas. There is still one more impact that Soltov has, so he's good for another Selma. See how they want to try and go about things here, GK, because that main breach certainly will need to be opened up, I'm sure, at some point. That Selma seems to have missed. Just the repick actually landed on the kind of frame of the wall. He used the Atl too often, but actually didn't need it. But then just dry froze the Selma onto the wall where he can get shot from somebody in top mez. Question marks there from Packbull.
It's not the best approach. It's not the best sort of start, because this is almost that pressure, right? When we talk about momentum teams, when we talk about teams that build, Falcons can be a momentum team and have been in the past, but also they can be a great dry reset team, right? There's been changes in the roster the first time in a long time, and they're looking like they're having a good time. They're having an even better time here as Doom and Solotov are able to open up to a piece. There goes Wrexham, there goes Packbull, there goes one more. Usus holds on towards the stairs. Starks took a risk, tried to charge his way through, and to be honest, in that situation, you have to do something. But unfortunately, something was not better than nothing. Does catch Licky Fack, but look at the fight. They're still trying to put the pressure now on towards Hungry at the bottom of the stairs. They know that they're isolated, and now they know that there's just Ask left. A quick opening round is all Falcons, and then it starts to beg the question, how long will this go?
Yeah, total lockout there for Falcons. Full start for GK, a round that never really got going at all. You know, basically everything that could have went wrong. Selma, first in the main breach, gets impacted off. He's thrown a Selma then at the main wall. It's been shot off. You lose your player. He's trying to push up with a shotgun. This kill right here coming in from Usus. I mean, Sock just tries to push for a smoke, almost a bit of desperation that he's tried to go for that. And he's been punished because of that. Now, look, one thing we have to talk about whenever it comes to Lair. GK, they played it up against Secret. And it was that almighty comeback that Secret were able to go for. But it was the attacking half that really let GK down. GK played 7 attacks on Lair, and they were only good for 1 attack. So certainly this is going to be the really tough side for GK. But as much as what we can kind of sit here and highlight and say, oh, you know, defensively they'll be a lot better. Falcons, whenever it comes to them attacking Lair, it's actually their better half compared to the defense. So whenever you kind of take those comparisons in, it's not looking good for GK just based on the map pick.
Yeah, I think there's the split of it where, because of that map, and obviously single maps can drive statistics in a pretty heavy direction, especially when they're proposed like that, but GK started to stay as the worst attacking team out of all of the sort of 10 teams playing across the 2 mini leagues. At this point, you've got Falcons, who are the 3rd best attacking team and one of the best defending team as well, and you know, that's sort of the pressure, right? It's, you can be like, great, we'll get onto our defensive half, it's our better half, but you might be sat there on the wrong side of a 5-1. You might have to know that you've got to secure in a tertiary site. You've got to try and secure in everything. You've got to try and keep yourself off the death knell as long as possible. It can be possible. We see comebacks, as you said. We saw one just the other day, but not in the way that they probably would have liked. There's a Shield that wants to make a quick friend, but Doom isn't really in the market for friends. He's just made loads of new ones at Falcons, and he's happy with them for now.
Love the way Congre's playing with just the open knee right beside his camera. I think always find players who sit like that is just, yeah, that's a special talent that I'll tell you I certainly cannot do. But Hungry in the blitz, always the combination that we're used to seeing is that main shield player for GK. At the moment, he's just going for the motions of clearing out the map, sweeping from top down. But look at the Ela, though. Doom, maybe thinking about having a bit of a challenge onto the blitz, and he's kind of trapped here. And yeah, good pinch. Packbull in the correct position to hold that cut off. Ooh, the blitz is good enough to clear them out, force them into those crossfires. Good start here for GK. Slightly worried, though, looking at the timer, because we know there's still goyos and smokes that need to get popped.
Yeah, I mean, if you sort of think about the route where we first saw Doom was dropping down operation as well and sort of peeling his way back, trying to go back up the stairs, peeling his way back. He was making sure he was active and problematic, and he's forced a lot of GK players over here, right? He's drawn a lot of focus. Now they have to try and spot check and clear check, and they're trying to drive in towards the boiler stairs, but they can buy time here. Licky Fack can play with the smoke canisters and play against the pressure. You've got users being his extension below, and he gets the kill blind. Oh, he'll be fuming about that one later on, Hungry. Another canister, buys himself time here, Demo, and yeah, he's about to go down to some of the fire damage. In fact, no, he doesn't. He slips his way on past, but there's nobody to pick him up here. That grenade will be the end. But now, 20 seconds to try and hit the site itself. It's a 4 versus 3 fine, but look at the utility that they've sort of utilized here. They've only got a couple that they can try and bounce in. They no longer have the shield to drive behind. Has the time Gambit here worked? Solotov gets the first, the second, and the opposition playing on the door. It's an easy pickup for users, and now that balance has flipped all the way back round. Not enough to build a solid landing.
Yeah, you can even just see the time there. The fact that users is able to go from the mirror window to rotate onto the door, because there's not enough time to drone out, get the information. Geekay are just scrambling. Whenever you're kind of in that chaotic moment where you're just desperate to get into the bomb site, the mistakes are going to happen. And, you know, users played it very, very well, realizing the situation, knowing that Geekay are going to be under a lot of stress. It just makes it really easy. I mean, this kill right here, I mean, EFAC, he's drop shot at kneecap the blitz here, by the way. Should be able to get a good view into this. In comes the smoke, bounces the other one off, and then just drop shots. Yep, gone. Oh, unfortunate. And really, that was the big time delay, wasn't it? You know, that cut down, what, at least 30 seconds, 30, 40 seconds? EFAC was good there for and killed the blitz.
I think that was, yeah, I mean, it's just, as I said before, the way that June was drawing focus as well, right? They had the confidence to set up and waste time. You can sometimes see, like, the double extended hold. You can sort of, you know, make your way up the other side stairs and play around warehouse and bring yourself in and then hold on towards the boiler stairs as well, and just they were like, oh no, we'll just have a little bit of loose, we'll have Doom off, doing Doom things, pull back, draw them back upstairs. He's got fine, that's a minute and a half gone at this point. Then they've got to get the smoke, and that in itself, just with the gadgetry, is what, a minute at least to sort of wait out if it's played well. They had to just try and send themselves in with the blind, and sometimes swinging a shotgun with the verticality not on your favor leads to those results. But here will be that make or break moment, probably. We've talked about sort of preferred outcomes and setups and sites, but this is the tertiary. This can be that difference maker. Just another shield and just another Doom. I just try and meet them, but he doesn't need to immediately get into this fight. Instead, we'll sort of slowly get control of top green and just buy them a bit of space.
Well, let's see how they do. It's already. EFAC is there with the opening pick. Down goes Sarks, and don't tell me Hungry is just thinking of taking a bit of a stroll into the bomb site, but no. Thinks against that wouldn't be entirely wise, as we know the Falcons all above, ready to hold on to those vertical angles, and even if they want to try and smoke out the site, they do have the Warden, so they're going to have to try and use this sense to try and counter that Warden. There is no Solus on board for Falcons, so really this sense could be the game changer here for Geekay, but they need to make it happen sooner rather than later.
Well, they've been able to trade the body. They've been able to get rid of that top player, and it's also an important person to get rid of because of the chance at the smokes, the coverage. You've obviously still got two in the pocket here of Hungry. You've got the laser wall, and Hungry's able to slip his way on through. Now, what do you have to counter this plant attempt? Where is he going to go? He's chancing, tucking in. He maybe wants to bait some utility, but look at EFAC's position here. He's got the cover of the verticality above. They don't know how close he is. Here's the next throw. Both smoke canisters are gone. Packball's watching the split inside, but oh no, oh no, oh no, he's read that wrong, but the smoke didn't. Two different pockets of utility, two different directions, but they've got the same result. Rexon, in the meantime, able to take care of Solotov. Now though, 30 seconds. They've got to try and stick it at some point. They're behind the shield this time round. They've got themselves a bit of safety. Pop up and all the way. He expects the fight, but he's buying time and a body. Wow. How has he gotten away with that? There's another player that stepped in, but you can still see the verticals on the position. He's realized maybe he can get a bit more space, but Demo, once again, the timer peeling away a 3 versus 3 situation. There's one more for the man in the suicide spot. He's been allowed to live, prosper, and thrive here, and everything's come up riches for him, but It leaves just Breeday in another clutch situation, and he knows those all too well.
Oh, Breeday. Easiest shotgun shot of his life there. No doubt he was not going to squander that opportunity, but EFAC, the man who just refuses to die. And I really want to highlight, even in those final 10 seconds, he's got 3 kills. He's up against the Monty and the guy behind the Monty. He knows that's what's happening. The Monty obviously goes to the pistol, and EFAC doesn't peek, doesn't swing, just prones. As long as he's there, the Monty can never go for the plant. And because of where EFAC is situated, it forces the Monty out of the ideal plant position. If you're the Monty, you want to try and go for the plant inside of the little bunk area, yeah? You put shield on your back, Breeday will have a much difficult time of getting that kill. But because of where EFAC is, he's just prone, he's not moving. It forces Hungry to have to go for that wide swing. And as soon as that timer hit 1 second, he just had to plant where he was, and it made it so easy. This right here for EFAC, just prones, doesn't move. Look where Hungry has to go all the way around, and then look where he plants. An easy pick for Breeday.
3 in a row. 3 in a row, Falcons, and it's just... I mean, there is obviously, as you said, the build there on towards Breeday at the end, the way they balance out time, but it's the pressures that's starting to sort of cook right now, right? It's the pressures of having to push against the hold and against other teams that might have come together, but you still have that player in that position. Winning out the fight on the swing, on the Monty on the door is huge, but it's just one missed bit of intel, one missed bit of drone. And it's costing them here. Now, this opener wasn't the best way for them to get their front foot forward. We'll see if they can maybe try and double up and get a bit more support. They were only able to really get a single body last time round. But outside of that, well, they have time to approach elsewhere. The removal of the mirror, the slight change in the hard breach, it won't slow down the attackers too much. They've not really opted to bring Thermite at all, but it's not really been the big cost of it. Instead, it's a, I'm not going to say a dependence on shield. We know that Hungary is a brilliant shield player. We know that they could bring a lot towards it. But it's just trying to get the operation with a little bit more pace, I think, Demo.
Yeah, timing's been the big stall out, hasn't it? I mean, this is the bomb site that they won against Secret. The only attack that they won was up here in towards Master Office. So for Geekay, this is kind of like their best opportunity because you just don't see them winning in towards that basement again, in towards that mid floor. So yeah, it's going to be really difficult here for Geekay. If they don't win this round, we could be very easily seeing a 6-0 from Falcons, just how they've played already in the first opening 3 rounds. And for Geekay, last time they were up here, it was just a round to forget, where it never really got going. Nobody's died this time, which I think is the important thing to mention. As long as they can just keep themselves up, should be fine. Burning away those Goyos, and again, time, like you mentioned, has been the big enemy of Geekay here in this matchup. Yeah, looks pretty clean, even that main breach. You don't see much on it, but you've still got the Tachanka and the smoke in the back for Falcons. That's going to be what Geekay need to try and move against.
I mean, Doom can also just try and build forwards as well with the keeper barricades, right? The fact that that breach is covered means that, yeah, it's an angle of phantom pressure, but it's one that they don't fully have to worry about. Instead, it's the change of the tides. Hungary wants to sort of cut their way across towards the art window.
Need both kills.
And that's it, right? As you said, they need to get a kill out of it. There's the break on towards it. Impactful from deep, but EFAC was able to find one before he was dropped. There goes Ars. So it's a bit of a trade out. You assume the Nomad's done the job, though, so it's not the biggest loss. But this, the power position, and this, the malleability of these defenders. Breeday and users can change their gadgets around. They can sort of turn on a dime and start seeing if they can apply the pressure elsewhere. The Kali's doing her best, and her best is pretty brilliant. Gets rid of Solotov on the swing. It's big trade to 2 versus 2 versus 1. 1 left, and oh, now we have a single engagement, but he can't quite find it in time. The closest they've gotten is still not far enough.
Oh, much closer, but still, the time again is going to run down the clock for Geekay. I want to highlight, I think, the communication from Falcons was really strong in that round. And the reason why I say that is it comes down to Joom communicating with his denial operators. Yeah, obviously we can see that GK, by the time they're starting to kind of pressure looking for a plant, it's around the minute mark. And GK are aware, okay, we're against the smoke, we're against the Chanka, we're not going to break through that, so we have to play for kills. That's why we've seen so many people stacked up over towards bathroom, looking to engage in towards our 6 room, in towards art. That's what they're after. And there was a moment where you seen the smoke using his smokes, not for the plant, but to stall out those players over towards bathroom. And as soon as EFAC got killed, Joom was able to communicate with Bride, who was onto the Chanka, who naturally should be in a position where he can deny the plant. But they've read into the game, and Joom said they're not going to go for the plant, they're going to go for kills. I can hold the breach. I'm safe in behind the desk. Nobody can touch me. I have the keeper barriers. And Bride then takes up the position to assist his smoke. So I like that communication. Not using the util, you know, where kind of almost getting tunnel vision in where we have to use the util. No, you don't have to. You've got a man with a gun behind a desk. Nobody's planting anyway. And then they double up and they get those trades. And that was very important for Falcons, was they're able to trade kills back and forth, and the timer did the rest.
4 in a row. And remember what GK are playing for here. GK need to try and get their way out of this. They've got to try and get themselves, what is that, full fat win, or what's the conversation? A handful of rounds. And Packball will get the opening kill. Not the first time they've been able to nail it, but one of only 2, and both of them have been approaching this basement site, and the last one didn't quite net their reward either. So they've got to see if this alternate approach can be one that gets them more reward. Remember, we talked about how much time was wasted with the alternate push on the other side demo. They sort of didn't do any pressure here on towards this position that Solotov's playing inside Warehouse. They were trying to just make sure that they could get themselves over the top, and here they're picking up more time. Starks will at least draw the focus on towards the Goyo canister, but pockets full of damage as well. Bride does get that revenge though, and now that lead, that opening body is gone.
Yeah, it feels as though that GK are going to kind of forego going above. I think it's kind of the assessment of we took a lot of time last time. Still, though, you've got one player, Ask, on the sledge, but we know that Joom is still lurking around in towards that top floor impact, ready to drop the hatch, but Dan goes to the sledge anyway. Soltov's been able to kill him, and Bride using the shield as that portable cover. And goes Starks, and now GK kind of stuck in a similar position as where they were last time over towards basement, where it's going to be a lockout based on the operators we know that are still up for Falcons. You've still probably got Goyos on the main site doors. You've got an Echo as well as the kind of denial, so it's just not looking great again for GK, and you've still got a Joom upstairs, which I'm sure eventually will come and find you.
There's the blinds, there's the pressure, and that's just a free swing there. A 3 versus 1. Hungry. He's doing his best inside the site, but at this point, Falcons, I mean, they're just playing this so well. Brilliant balance from the teams themselves, and, you know, it's that synergy that they've been sort of propping themselves up here. It's Falcons that they've taken a knock, fine. They lost the other day, fine. They've also got a 7-1 and a 7-2 win under their belt from this split. They can always turn it back on.
It's all about the bounce back, isn't it? You know, if you drop a ball and it doesn't bounce back up, it's not a good ball, is it? And certainly for Falcons, it's a very pumped up ball, isn't it? Based on the showing here at the moment, it is fully inflated, and GK sadly on the receiving end of it. And you know, and I mean, as much as what we've kind of looked at GK and talked about their attacks, and they haven't been a very good attacking side this stage. I mean, this is Falcons just doing their thing, isn't it? You know, the synergy's there. Everyone's having their moments. It's just a very strong Falcons outfit here today. You do feel for GK.
10 seconds to insertion.
But again, it's that attacking half. I mean, this is the puzzling thing.
5 seconds remaining.
You know, they didn't have a good showing against Secret on their attacks. You know, that's why they lost the game. The defense was great, but it was the attacks that let them down. And choosing to go back here, knowing that you're going to be starting on the attacks, it seems just a little bit strange, especially against a team like Falcons.
Well, at best, they can hope to do as well as they did the other day. Right, at best, they can hope to get themselves one attack and give themselves a pocket of safety. And you kind of, I think everybody wants them to in some manner, apart from Secret that are fully on the hate watch. Everybody wants them to, because you don't want anyone's last game potentially in this sort of kickoff mode and the opening festivities of the calendar year of Siege do end in a bit of a whimper. Nobody kind of wants that lock-in. You need to have a brawl. You want to have a fight. You want to see teams operating to the best of their ability. But the problem is Falcons are operating to a pretty good level right now, right? You've got, obviously, use 8-2, but everything seems to be balanced. They're making sure that they're playing time brilliantly. They're really stretching the weight of the map itself and utilizing that 6th man, and they've done it round after round after round. And here, as they hold themselves off one more time, well, users might be tempted with a little painted picture outside our window. Solotov obviously isn't a million miles away, but you can see how stretched out the approach here is from the attackers. They're trying to find that first route in, but, well, where do they go? What do they opt for? Last time it was over the top of green. It was the sort of drive in. It didn't quite net results, but they weren't a million miles away, right? They were close. It was just one frustrating liquefact in the middle of sight that sort of stopped everything.
Yeah, one Frenchman with a bit of a vendetta to prove against Geekay had said, not today. I like the change up here from Falcons. Obviously, kind of reading into the last round that Geekay had here on their attack. They obviously brought the sense in. I mentioned how there wasn't really a strong counter to that sense. If you're Falcons, now they've got the Solus in, so you can, again, put it in overdrive. You can see exactly which one is going to be the real planter. So I do like that little bit of a change up here. And Falcons still digging their heels in, not looking to give away this top floor just yet. You're going to try and take as much time as they can, or even maybe just fire a couple of bodies up here and try and go toe-to-toe with GK and Packbull. There's a shock on the other side of that door, my friend. You need to be careful. 30 seconds to go, and GK need to make their move now.
Well, with 25 seconds left and the first body drop, they can try and push on the back of it and see where else they can go. They've obviously gone for a bit of a drive for the team kill in the middle, and the mix isn't coming out as delicious as they thought. Oh no, it's just flipped back over as momentum comes across. Ask all that's left, and a tragedy has befallen this half. 6-0 Falcons sit. They just need one to put this one to bed. They've guaranteed themselves at least a point. And let's hear what the desk have to say about that.
Thank you very much. I agree with you, Fluke. I feel like for GK, this is an absolute tragedy. A flawless half for Falcons on the defense. And the one thing, I mean, the casters would talk about it as well, Leo, but the one thing that we are noticing here is that Falcons, with the time waste, an absolute key to victory.
I mean, it's the same pattern all over again. They played Smoke every single round. They played Goyo half of the rounds. They played Tachanka, Echo on top of that. It is time wasting after time wasting. You look at round one and you look at Geekay, 1 minute left in the round. Everyone is still outside. They're struggling. Angry is by main door. Like, they're struggling, right? And then you look at the rounds that follow and they're actually trying to gain some control. And even with man advantage, look at this setup. Liquefact uses first the gas canisters and then the fire to slow Angry down, burns another extra 20 seconds. He wins the gunfight here, which is crazy, by the way. But even then, look at this. On the bomb site, what is awaiting them? The Mira window, the Azami, the Goyo canisters again. And so this is the repeat. You look at round 3, and it's Liquefact getting aggressive, getting a peek here, really important. And even then, you know, after getting his triple kill, he just hides and hides again. He knows the time will pay for him. And even if he dies here, the fact that he stayed tucked in the corner means that Bride can deny easily from above. I look at this, and I just look at a perfectly executed game plan. We mentioned it before, team. The attacks from Geekay, they're lackluster. And so what do Falcons do? They just abuse that as much as possible.
Yeah, it's been perfect from them, hasn't it? But 4th round, they pick Echo up. It just tells you everything about what they're trying to do. It's the first time that they've played him during kickoff, and they know that it's all about the time. For me, GK, got to look at those bans a little bit as well. They've taken the wall denial to try and speed things up, but they've left them the Goyo, the Azami, the Smoke, all these operators that Falcons can abuse.
It's just the issue. If there's so much to abuse, what would you really pick there? Pick your poison in the situation. Now, the scenario for GK is rough. They lose the next round. They find themselves out of contention for playoffs. They should now have to win 8 rounds, ideally in a row, or at least make it to overtime and win 2 rounds from there on, which almost seems like an impossible scenario from them here. These might very well be the last rounds that we see from GK inside the EML kickoff. They better make it worth it.
Well, they're in good spirits and smiley. So we'll see if they can try and get a little bit of success on the back of it. The thing is, what do you talk about in a situation like that? Do you go for the full mental reset? Reset? You don't want to sell. maybe you sold enough. The reset. It's 0-0. It's 0-0 half, mate. Ignore the step.
I mean, do you want to think like that? You can. But I just think you kind of need to do a bit of soul searching. You know, this is it for Geekay. You need to have the comeback. If not, you're out. You don't make playoffs. Will not be a good opening start of the year for this side. What do I always say? To dare is to do.
You do say that. Sometimes you say, that's so good. Are you just trying to get another drone skin? Are you trying to get a Tadera to do drone skin?
Well, we'll need like a memorable moment where I just scream that, don't we? So we'll see. Maybe this could be the one. Geekay make the comeback 8-6.
It has to be, yeah. If this turns into an 8-6 comeback, you get a max volume Tadera to do. And hello, Ubisoft? Okay, yeah, you will make that. Yeah, they will make that skin. They just promised me. Just like that.
Double shield. Look at this from Falcons. When do we ever see a double shield from this side? Doom on a shield.
Doom on a shield. It's because he's free from Savage. You know, Savage was hogging it. Savage was hogging it. Yeah, Doom's always dreamed of playing Blitz. We've always got that vibe from him. We'll see if they can. I mean, they want to be quick, but Tachanka is a very important role right now. They're going to just try and buy as much destruction on towards that as possible. They're giving themselves options. As soon as that barbed wire is gone, fine, they'll have the Fender in mind on the other side, but otherwise, it's still early usage of the utility here just to slow that approach. Shield, very loud, very obvious. And you want to make sure that they're not very quickly in your face. And as Doom repositions, he seems to be tempted by it. Look how spread out sort of Falcons' approach are.
Yeah. It's the kind of probing kind of mentality here from Falcons, just trying to see what we can and can't do. I mean, Hungary's almost burned through half of those canisters already. In terms of time management, you can see, I mean, straight away for Falcons how much quicker it is compared to a side like Geekay, who at this point I don't even think had burned a single Tachanka pellet. I mean, for Hungary, he's obviously thinking, you know, I'm running low here, guys, and there's still half the round to play with. This is looking pretty good for Falcons right now, but we are just waiting for those shields to kind of take flight, and I believe that's a smoke being used too. But Geekay really using the util early because they're just so fearful of these shields. Oh, I love this. Oh, it's the double pivot.
Right. They've been able to get themselves around. The Monty's drawing focus, and you can almost see a little bit of the fear on the side of Geekay of like, where do we angle? Where do we go? The Monty's up here. There's still obviously some pressure in. There's the call and the ping of a... Oh, he's just looked over two of them. I mean, we get the benefit of seeing outlines, but they'll know that he's there now, and 40 seconds, there's the push, there's the charge, there's the first fight, and it's actually a push back. It's great usage of the shield. We saw an aggressive ring around the rosies here in NAL, but we're not quite going to get the same as Users picks up the cover. 30 seconds might be all that's left of Geekay, and as another one falls, it's looking more and more sadly likely, but Hungary steps in with that big gun, buzz his way across the approach. Doom, he's trying to get in close elsewhere, but instead, round the back of the desk, EFAC picks up Sharks, and there's Packbull playing the off for the double, rebalances the odds, but it is just Hungary. Left, spins over, gets one, can't get the next, out of bullets to a secondary, over the top and Solotop heads in, and Falcons. Then Geekay's chances, a 7-0 is how they go, not how anyone wanted it apart from Secret. And our first 7-0 of this sort of kickoff stage in EML. But what a statement Falcons make, screaming to the top of the group. Demo, I mean, unfortunately we'll have to save your thoughts for the break.
A flawless victory here for Falcons, 7 rounds in a row. I know we just chatted about 5 minutes ago about that first half that we saw in this game here, but that last round as well, Leo, we're looking at a double shield lineup from Falcons. They were just full sending it in that final round.
I just love how, I think, was it Tim? I think that was Tim, that as soon as we saw Jum on the shield, said, okay, it's over, it's over, it's the end. As soon as we saw him on the shield, we knew they didn't stand a chance, Tim.
Yeah, my exact words were, they've banned the wall denial, they've brought 2 shields, they're going to open a wall and run over them. And I think, give it a... Don't get me wrong, Geekay kind of stood up to it for the most part, nearly. But yeah, they were just too much.
And that was a great prediction of how the round was going to turn out. I think you should consider becoming a caster or something at some point in your career. That was beautiful and a great round that we saw here as the final round. But that means we get to speak to Jube as well as he joins us for a quick chat after this game. You're looking very chill. Understandable.
Just chilling, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what the game reflected as well, right? This is your first 7-0 with Falcons. Congratulations on that. We saw a double shield rush after a 6-0 lead. What's the mindset there? You just send it like Tim was saying?
No, I actually just mispicked last second.
Really?
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Just gotta make it work.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for a team that tried 6 times to win an attack round, and then you mispick and you win an attack round.
Yeah. I maybe need to play some more blitz. It was actually kind of good.
I mean, maybe that was just like a secret weapon that you uncovered all the way for playoffs. I mean, looking at you guys play today, I just felt like there was some kind of pattern. I see Goyo, I see Tachenka, I see Echo, I see, what did I see more? Smoke as well. Was there something about time wasting in this strategy or in the game plan today?
I think it was part of it, but mostly we expected them to play more crazy, but they were just playing super slow. They barely took A shot after a minute, so we just decided to fall back, keep on going with the plan, and I don't know what they were doing, to be honest. Just felt super easy, the game. Didn't even have to do anything. That's lovely.
Jim, we've already spoken to you after a win, of course, about how you've settled in with the roster. Yesterday, it was a tough game against Secret. You didn't come away with the result you wanted, but then you've bounced back brilliantly today. How have you found that process of going through that first loss and what you can learn from that?
I think yesterday, we also knew that we were the better team. There was so many close rounds, just losing 1v1s, 5v2s, just getting unlucky, to be honest. So we were not worried. We took the loss pretty, I'm pretty sure we were laughing after the game. So we knew we were fine. That was basically it. And then we knew also we had some mistakes, but we talked through them and we just took the new day, new game kind of vibe.
That's definitely what we're getting from this one, though. A quick and easy one for you guys. It's your final best of 1. We wish you best of luck with the best of 3s coming up in the playoffs.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was, of course, a very fast game, and we get to review it once more here. A missed pick in the final round. Are we buying this, Leo? Are we not buying it?
I'm buying it, and you know why? Because I think this was the last parting gift of Jum to Secret, to his former rosters.
Yep.
Because by doing that, by winning not only 7-0, but just by winning against Geekay, he has now confirmed that Geekay will be eliminated from the group, and that Team Secret will be going to playoffs in the lower bracket. And I think that's beautiful. He left, but he just gave them a cool parting gift.
I think the thing with Jum at the minute is it feels like he's playing, and rightly so, on so much confidence that I fully believe a missed pick. It just doesn't matter at the minute. I think as a player you can get into a positive or a negative spiral sometimes, and he is without a doubt in a positive spiral. And when you're in that, kind of anything you touch, anything you do, it's just going to work out. You're going to make the best of it. And it's just a joy to watch at the minute, isn't it? It's just absolutely brilliant.
It really is. It's good to see you at the top of the scoreboard as well. Not always the player that we sing the most praises of, but looking at this in general, I mean, this whole game, it's such a good bounce back, Leo, that we're seeing from Falcons, and something that we need to see as well after a game like yesterday.
Yeah, I think it speaks about their mental, the fact that Jum just shared, that they were laughing after the games yesterday, that they did not take it too seriously, that it was just 1v1 against, let's just say it, a team that was full of individual pros that have players like Noah, like Mowgli that can go crazy. There isn't much to read into it, especially when you're playing on border. It's not like their strategies was a big issue. It's not like the team play was a big issue as well. It's just a few mistakes here and there. I think the most important thing is they will walk away from the kickoff here in the group stage with making sure that they top their group, which was what was expected, making sure that they had a couple of statement wins, and I think with the 7-1 over Rebels and a 7-0 against Geekay, those statement wins are definitely there. And then the last thing, and that to me is important, is they go into the playoffs with this idea in mind that they can show even more in BO3s, that losing one BO1 doesn't mean anything. And so far, they're climbing all of the right steps to go to the Salt Lake City Major full of confidence, following that positive trajectory that Tim was mentioning.
Yeah, it's mission accomplished, isn't it? You know, they will have sat down beforehand and no doubt had some objectives in mind as a new roster, and I cannot imagine that there's many boxes that they haven't ticked on that list, because the wins that we've seen, they have looked phenomenal. And then yesterday it kind of was a bit like, like what's gone on there against Secret. But yeah, I think, when they've looked good, they've looked very, very good. Better than their best at times, I would say. And that is the exciting thing for Falcons fans.
This was our final matchup in Group B, which means we get to jump over to Group A for our final 2 matches of the group stage. And it's going to come up after this. Doki Doki Literature Club versus Fnatic after the break. We move over to Group A for the remainder of this evening, starting with G2 and Fnatic. And Ace, please, once again, when we have a look at the stakes of this matchup, could you guide us through what is needed for either of these teams to reach a certain position in the group?
Of course I can. So G2, it's nice and simple. They can still finish in first if they get a win, but it will depend on that Vertus Pro result later. If they win, they do secure second. For Fnatic, it's a little bit more at stake, I'd say there. A win will confirm the upper bracket for them. Otherwise, it comes down to other results with shifters as to exactly what happens. But yeah, upper bracket for Fnatic could be huge.
It could absolutely be, and we're looking at some stuff from G2 as well, right? Given that they can finish first, we expect excellence from this team. And I feel like so far, Leo, with these individual players, we've definitely seen that as well.
Yeah. The expectation with G2 when they made this roster was they will all be incredible. As we look at this right now, we're looking at all of the players on the side of Clubhouse, on the defenders dying. Who are they dying to? They're dying to Benja, who went crazy on the ace and got a triple kill. That same game, Alemao goes crazy and gets a triple kill on his own, playing around his teammates, creating pressure, getting the injured killed, and pushing here to get the Red Stairs player. And it continues, right? It's not only Benja and Alemao, it's Stompin with a 1v2 clutch that same game that gets aggressive. And look at this, beautiful clutch master here. And even in the other times, you know, yesterday, Doki with the Reora gets a triple kill on that horse, going through the bomb site aggressively. A really cool one, and then obviously Shaiko, the king of them all. After playing 3 matches only, he's already at 40 kills. That's a triple kill, by the way, to close out the game. He was eating popcorn in the between. I look at this roster, Tim, and I think incredible individual power. But the cool thing is, they don't stick to that. They also work in the theory things.
Yeah, absolutely. We heard Doki in the interview last night. Like you said, firepower to spare. But Doki said they do 2 hours a day at least of theory. And that's coming from Ramalia, it's Cameraman, it's Alamau, all chipping in, all wanting to make sure that the team is up to scratch on the strategy side of things. So that is really building for the future as well. They might be winning a few rounds on firepower right now, but in the long term, it looks promising for a team that could dominate.
I think the best thing was that Doki sounded so hyped about those 2-hour theory sessions every single day. But it's enough, as we can see, with the roster and their individual excellence so far. Speaking of their opponents, as we already talked about with the stakes, it's looking a little bit more rough for the side of Fnatic. But I want to talk about the changes they've made, or more so, the more things change, the more they stay the same, Leo. We can take a look at 2 of the big forces that remained at this roster.
Wizard and Deepek, 2 players that were key, absolutely instrumental to building Fnatic last season, and they were retained on the roster for this season. Wizard, the young, bright rookie from the UK last stage that was impressing everyone with the shot calls, with a great attitude, with lots of comms. He's still doing amazing. And Deepek, the old guard, right? The backline has been doing so well with Fnatic. In the 2 wins that they had, he was dropping double digits every time. These 2 players are, to me, the win condition for Fnatic. They are the backbone of the roster, and they are the ones keeping him in the race here, especially with those 2 wins.
The match is important for these 2 teams, so quickly I want to take a look at the veto before we get things started here with this best of 1, the final best of 1 for these 2. Ooh, I'm excited, Leo, to see another Fortress.
Well, G2 just destroyed shifters on it yesterday. It was not only by coordination, mostly by individual gunfights. As a reminder, Shaiko went crazy on it. As for Fnatic, they actually played it at Kickoff and struggled hard against Vertus Pro. Lost it 7-3. It's a surprise to see Fnatic go back there, especially after G2 demolished shifters on it yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe Fnatic are looking at that and thinking, yeah, we'll play Fortress. We've had a tape of them yesterday, but it's not the longest time to kind of break it down, study it, practice it, get ready for it, is it? As with how good G2 were there yesterday in the gunfights, like you say. I think it could be a tough one for Fnatic. I think it was going to be a difficult game anyway, but yeah, it could be a rough one.
Yeah, and I just remember that game for Fnatic as well against Vertus Pro, and it just felt like things weren't clicking. They were completely disjointed. They were struggling to play with each other. It was the first game they played, obviously, and I just looked at a VP that was looking like a team, despite, you know, having changed 3 players. And in front of them, I look at Fnatic, who made 2 changes but retained the same 3 core, and looked completely disjointed. And the main problem was in the attack side. So that will be a main worry for me. The last time they played Fortress, they could only win 1 attack. They went 1-5 on that side. That's something that I'm looking at least to have some kind of improvement, because VP was not doing anything crazy, and yet Fnatic struggled hard.
For one more time, because the final best of one for these teams, G2 and Fnatic on Fortress.
What a gift, what a joy, what a treat, what a fortress. Very scenic as we get to sort of float our way in. 83% of people. 83%, that's a lot of people, Demo. They believe G2 have got this. Are you with them?
Yeah, probably am.
All right, close the stream, done. No, we've got a game of Siege on our hands, and well, it's fair numbers, I think. It is a fair sort of setup because, well, G2 were brilliant on this map just the other day. But then in the same sort of stretch, when you've had the history of it on the opening play day against Vertus Pro, Fnatic themselves weren't. Only one attack managed in that opening half against VP, and now they're back to see if they can try and prove some lessons learned.
Yeah, I think Fortress is a map that really suits this G2 team down to a T. Really, with the players that they have, you kind of think of the map like Fortress, where you're dealing with a two-floored map. It's a pretty big and open map, I feel, too, as well. Like, the actual size of it is, even for two floors, it's pretty big. There's a lot of opportunities for flanks. There's a lot of opportunities for the kind of solo crouch swap plays that we know that Alamau absolutely loves. You don't necessarily need a boatload of hard destruction. You can kind of dive into the utility operators or roam clear operators, where we know that G2, they love the players that they have love those operators. From a big Shaiko on the demos, Shaiko on the solid snake now as well. That's always going to be an issue. So yeah, I just think G2, they can play really loose and just kind of experiment with what they want to go with in this new side. And yeah, they put one heck of a showing up against Shifters yesterday, and again, it was just a joy to watch them. It's, it's G2 at their best, really. So yeah, I expect big things out of this side, which, I mean, with the players that they picked up, do we expect anything less?
No. I mean, they're a team of expectations. They always have been. Obviously, they weren't playing in the sort of opening play day, and then they had a very dramatic sort of almost max OT loss against VP, but then since then, a little bit more solid drive. 7-4, 7-2. Will this be even better? Will we have a 7-1 or different on the start? Or can Fnatic find some of that energy that's been a bit up and down for them? Obviously, they opened with a loss on this map, but then had the two games that you're sort of looking at the group and going, these are their must-wins. Well, they won those. Then they've had a day off. Now they get to reset. They were as able to watch the G2 game as anything, when they could sort of watch it live and piece things apart as against it was their day off. And well, we'll see if they're able to put those lessons back together. G2 themselves, when they played this, they were able to get themselves 4 defenses and suffered 2 on the side of the attacks, and then 3 clean attacks on the run through. So if they can get themselves the similarities, the problems actually start to come up on the other side. Fnatic, they're probably wanting at least 3 of these attacks to give themselves quite a nice boon going in, and to really, I think, prove the point of what have they learned watching this hold. Doki, loose on the other side of flag, and the White's dead. Just going to hop his way around as the pressure comes across games and on towards the meeting room.
Yeah, Fnatic, I don't think I've had to work too hard to gain control of the top floor. GT are happy enough to play a couple of roamers and then very quickly fall back. Ruxin can try and get a bit of sledge work done if he can find some picks, but say for G2, they'll be tucked away safely. Not seeming in a position where they can get caught out by those vertical angles. And now for Fnatic, you want to start eyeing up, okay, where are we going to plant from? DPEC, a lot of damage. I think that was from Stomping with the DMR, but oh, there's its own DMR from Fnatic answering back. Down goes Stomp, and first blood go in favor of Fnatic.
Huge amount of utility has been dumped and dedicated, and they've got to try and make this plant stick behind. In the meantime, Doki's able to pick up 1 kill, but if Halver can get this locked in, and he almost doesn't. Oh. The blind spray was a sliver of stopping that kit being confirmed, but now it's a post plant, and look at the positions they've got above Demo. All that verticality, all that coverage as soon as they start going for the defuse. Well, I mean, Shaiko is pretty good at these positions, but with 8 players still standing, you got to be better than good. He's on the kit, holding on towards it. The watch is close by, and he's caught out. There's at least a trade of positions, but it's still a 3 versus 3, 17 seconds. They make their way across. They're still playing from a bit of range. You can hear the keepers being deployed, and there's Doki for 1. There's another trade out. It's just 1 left, but now they've got to get on the kit and hold on, but Doki with the most important, you can see they're not sure.
Does he have it?
Yes, he does.
Oh, just about. I mean, that was what, 0.3, something like that, the time he jumped on. I mean, I'll be honest with you, didn't expect G2 were going to win that retake based on where Fnatic were. Yeah, Fnatic opened up very well, very minimalistic take. They knew what they wanted to go for. Just do a bit of vert, go in, dump a lot of util, try and get that plant down successfully, which they did. And look, I was sitting there thinking, okay, what was it, a 4v4, 3v4, whatever it was? You think, okay, Fnatic, 2 players above, how do you lose that? And somehow G2 have found a way. You know, and it comes down to that man there, Doki, being able to go for that retake above, getting the all-important kill as they jumped on for the diffuser. Yeah, 4v4. You do kind of think how Fnatic let that slip. A good double up, though, onto the player inside of Laundry, and that kill right there from Doki, that was the most important kill that he had to make. If he loses that engagement, they lose the round. So all credit to G2, all credit to Doki.
Yeah.
A round which they have stolen from Fnatic.
Well, 3K for Doki on the opener. He'll be pretty happy with that. But as we sort of said, you know, the performance that we had from G2 on this map the other day, it was a lot of big hero plays. It was big hero moments. They're a team that's, well, it's not entirely uncommon for them. Not to be built around it, but to celebrate amongst it. And I think that's sort of the stretch of it all, right? Is you can never really count them out from just doing that sort of play again.
No, and I mean, you can't talk about individuals. In the 9 rounds that we've seen G2 play in, a third of those rounds, Shaiko got 3Ks. So yeah, that kind of sums up, doesn't it? If Shaiko is getting multi-kills a third of the time he's playing the game, that's pretty good to have in your locker, knowing that you've got players there you could just appear at any moment.
Wait. I'll get to that in a second, because Doki's just hit 3, can't find 4! I mean, the pop round just sent it. Leaves Halva alone. Can't quite get the bite of one. He's going to be swung from the other side. Stompin puts that one to bed. Hey, Alamau has a regularly sized water glass this time.
Yeah, no 5-liter jug that he's chunking into, and
it's like he's taking the top off of one of those like water coolers in an office. He's gonna have that next time.
What a weird old round. I mean, they've dropped in early to Old Tower. They've got a Maverick to open up that reinforced wall to try and, you know, again, fight against these roamers. And they've blatantly misthrown Doki beside Vendor Machine, who's found 2. The pistol kill was disgusting, and from that point, the round was done. I mean, Fnatic getting caught out by something as simple as that shouldn't be happening.
Very different energy to the first round. Anyway, the point I was going to make. We are familiar with this G2 roster to the fact that we all saw the 50 clips of Shaiko eating popcorn that was on socials and the Reddit. That's the energy of this team right now. And that is an energy that can harvest plays like that. Doki, as you said, caught out on the Mistro and fine. Still being able to secure 3 kills against what was 4 players stacked up in that position. Just not how you mean to start or continue here. Let's see what the slightly different matter-of-fact approach is. They've obviously got themselves the Rara. They can get some structure here. She sort of will potentially put some of the safety maybe onto vending window, maybe on towards that position. Wait for some of this pressure to come in towards the wall itself.
Yeah, whenever you see the glass, you automatically think it's going to be the kind of util dump into Old Tower and drop safely using the smokes. Looking at G2's lineup, and it has just been droned out. There is a lot of util waiting for them, and that's Chanka being the main culprit the Fnatic may struggle with whenever your own util gets dumped in. Best believe that there's going to be a lot of util being sent back the other way from G2. The Fnatic need to be very careful in terms of how they go about this. Interesting that they've double reinforced the DMZ wall. Not allowed to cross that divide, but because they've reinforced it, you can. A couple of Maverick holes drilled into it also. That's why I think Shaiko is pretty safe in his position. Of course, as that Azami got his own portable cover. He can keep himself out of harm's way. Here comes the util dump and straight back. Alamal lifted the Chank is going to send a Shimika out, and Wizard just tries to front up, fires the nade, but that will get him caught out by the ADS. Another one fires out too. It also will get caught by the ADS. Shaiko gets pre-fired by Wizards. Another kill comes in for Fnatic. It's a 3v4. G2 in the back foot.
Yeah, Alpha being able to get one. There's Wizard doubling down, keeps just sort of driving his way forward, and all of this has happened, obviously, just outside the site. The Maverick is trying to find a body, but Benja has it locked in and somehow slips away as well. Now, the problem is here, they still have all of the facets of a pretty solid push. Smokes, flashes, they've got a shield that can try and tuck their way in, and the Maverick as they're trying to see if they can secure the plant. But Doki threads the needle, a close thrown C4, won't quite net anything. But you can see they're sort of spinning on a position. There's a bit of a separation, and they baited Deepek in one way. And Benja at the backstab, however. There's a long route to go, misses the first thread, but look at where the kit is and look at the positioning. Back in towards meeting. They've got themselves to play on contact here because Benja could just swing on the left. As soon as they go deep inside games, they'll know about it, and there it is. Tucks their way out, and G2 just shut down Fnatic's approach there.
Yeah, and it's Doki again, isn't it? Finding the all-important kills. Blackbeard was in the prime position in that blind spot corner, and all Fnatic needed to do was cover him. And they just couldn't do that. Doki threads the needle through the shield, through the door frame. And at that point, the Blackbeard knows he has no cover. His teammate is on the exterior wall. And Benja, I want to also highlight Benja. The rotation he made, he was inside of the meeting room, basically stacked on top of Doki, and he realized, I'm no good here. You know, there's no point two of us being in the same position, so he makes that rotate over. And he gets himself in towards Storms. So that Maverick, not going to be ready for him, not going to be expecting that rotate's been made. And so he wasn't holding that angle, allowed Benja to kind of get really close to the wall, find that Blackbeard, and from there, it was an easy one for G2 to close out. Fnatic, 3-0 down, take the timeout.
What else can you do, right? What else can you do? As I said it before, what they want to try and get here is this half. Because they had the ability, picking into a map is showing that you can do it better. And that's built of your confidence, fine, but also your confidence that you know what your opponents are going to do. And it's not that they've been a million miles away. There's been that one middle round where really Doki's missed drone sort of led to the collapse of everything. But the first round where they got the kit down, it showed good drive. That round, they knew the positions, they had the ability to burn out that sort of fending position and go from there, and then it just fell apart. And you know, it's almost like they've got the strat book fine, but they're missing that one important extra special detail of, and then you gotta beat them. Then you gotta shoot them. And as I said, they kind of want 3. They kind of want to prove that in this half, because you can expect their approaches as well, fine. But the knowledge of being able to get that confident take, the knowledge of being able to shut down those enigmatic energies, the fact that Doki is 8-1 and Benja's 5-0 and hasn't died yet. Yeah, okay. 3 rounds and 3 of the players have 2 kills between them, but they don't really need anything else right now, Demo.
I think the worrying thing for Fnatic is I fear that G2's only going to get better on the attack. So the fact that they're losing their own attacks is a big worry. I think G2 against Shifters, they were a very strong outfit on those attacking rounds. Whenever you start giving players like Doki and Shaiko operators like Deimos to run around on, it's not fun to play against. So Fnatic took the timeout. It's going to be good for them. And see what they're going to go for. I mean, the last time they were here, I said it was a pretty good, solid take. You know, they were very minimalistic. They wanted to go above. They done the vertical work. They got the plant down successful. But I mean, whenever Doki has been on fire, unstoppable, that was really the kicker that sealed the deal for G2. So, Fnatic, what's it going to be? I mean, certainly for G2, whenever you see Doki this time on an operator like the Vigil, you would expect that they're going to try and fight for that roam game a little bit more than what it was previously, where they were kind of happy enough to give all of the control over to Fnatic. But as we can see here from Fnatic, same again. G2 gifting them above, giving it access to the vertical gameplay. And now for Fnatic, what's going to be the difference? Because you just can't go for the same thing again, can you? Surely not. I even say that, you know, G2, they're not going to let that plant go down the same fashion as it was last time.
I mean, I guess the slight differences that you sort of got here is the fact that they have Dokkaebi, right? The trade out of the Ying, they're going for something where they can get the sort of control of the calls, the swing round, the post plant potentially, but you still need to try and drive behind the sense, and that's the game. G2, they've had the big operational shift. They've brought in the Denari, the Legion, the trap operators to just slow all of the approach down. Instead of going for that post plant, go for this. Stop them on the first floors, make them have to spend and cost, you know, a little bit more of their utility. And then suddenly, when they go for that drive-in, attempted with the plant, they might hit a goo mine. That might be the difference maker. A couple of seconds pulling it out, but a couple of seconds peels and pieces things away, and...
No way. Benji just sat in a corner and laundered, I'm pretty sure, and been able to find a kill. Oh dear, a sloppy bit of drone work from Fnatic has cost them the first kill. You can see they're really struggling with that hatch because we see the Denari trips all across that hatch. Just going to be a big no-no of dropping that. You're going to lose a lot of HP. You're also going to be slow, don't forget. And you're also going to make a lot of noise, so they'll know if you drop. So for Fnatic, the options are running slim for them. Croxon at least able to get one kill back, but with 30 seconds to go, they need to make the move, and it looks to be that they might try and go for the hatch drop, but already said that's not going to be a great idea.
I mean, the shotgun sledge, I think you know that drives the idea of driving in towards the site, but as it's traded out, Shaiko gets one before being found by Deadshot. They're just having to fight their way in, but the crossfires are there. The network of kills is there. They found a little avenue to drop in, but then they're pushed immediately out. G2 opted to bring traps, opted to change the game, and the game was one that Fnatic weren't ready for. 4 rounds in a row. How many can we go?
Yeah, that time for G2. Couldn't really get the flank that I think Doki was able to get in the first round because the gridlocks were placed a lot better. It stopped that flank coming in. But like you mentioned, the traps, you know, the Denari makes an appearance, even the Legion as well. The issue for G2, and they kind of discovered that the last time, was Fnatic basically just walked in. You know, they had no traps the last time they were there, I think, apart from a thorn, but I think it was dealt with pretty early on. I don't even know if there was even anything on the door, but it was very easy for Fnatic to walk in and go for a plant. You then start bringing in the traps just to give you that bit of an audio cue to say, oh, they're going for a plant, they're in the bomb site, and then they can react to it. But I think for Fnatic, they're very hesitant, aren't they? Especially that round. They didn't really want to commit to something. They were kind of hoping that G2 would give some picks away, then they can maybe spot some gaps. But, I mean, even something as basic as, you know, that misturn onto Benja, you know, that shouldn't be happening. And then you kind of gift that first blood away. You give G2 that man advantage. But right now for G2, it's just the momentum is really lifting them up into the air, and it doesn't look as though they're going to come down anytime soon.
I think there's always this sort of follow-through element of how much momentum have they built. Doki, 9-1. Benja, he did die, fine, but between the pair of them, 15-2, over 4 rounds. In the meantime, you know, Fnatic as an entire team haven't been able to break into double digits yet, and it's just... I don't want to say tragic, but...
I mean, Doki's got more kills than the entire Fnatic team.
Yeah, it might be more tragic in a second. We've had one 7-0 this evening, Demo.
do we dare go for a double?
But what about
who knows?
What about second 7-0?
Maybe a third, who knows, later on. We'll see what happens. Could be a crazy day. Fnatic looking to push across. In through bunks into meeting, though. They will have a bit of an issue with this mirror window, and it's also going to be electrified by Benja on the Bandit, so in Bandit trick that mirror window very safely. And you look at the Fnatic lineup, don't really have much to deal with that. No Ashe, remove that mirror window. There ain't no way you're going to get close enough to go and try and punch it. May have to just try and nade Benja off the mirror window and then go for the punch. That may be the only option I see for them. Yeah, he's going to try and go for the Selma, but I mean, it's just poorly timed. If you're going to go for that, nade him first. No, that would be the more logical sense. But really for Fnatic now, it feels as though they're drawing dead. I mean, what do they have against this mirror window? Absolutely nothing now.
Well, that was all the range hard breach. Doki's able to get Croxon over the top in the same second, though. And now, although they're pressed up close, there's another one for Doki before he's traded out. But he's done his work. He's done his due diligence. And at this point, Deadshot and Croxon will just have to sit and watch the rest of the round. And I mean, here he is, so continually driving. They've got to try and make something happen on the back of all of Halver's bees. You can see the Razor. Bloom is just tucked close in towards that plant, so as soon as he goes for the push, they'll know about it. It buys them the extra second. There it is. There's the pushback. Stomping gets one. The shotgun tries to get a second and does. It's a 1 versus 3. Deepak has to be able to find not only his first kill, but his first 3 this game. And they're just not letting him get anywhere close. 5 rounds in a row. G2 cruise control.
Yeah, G2 in the flow state. I mean, for Fnatic, it was just kind of like smashing your head against a brick wall. It was just going nowhere. I mean, yes, you've got the mirror window that maybe you don't have the greatest lineup to deal with it, but I mean, you see that the wall's electrified. You should know it's going to be a bandit. Just throwing the Selma and expecting that it's going to work. I mean, little things like that. Use the nade. Stop Benja from doing that. Then open the wall. They've got options. They've got outs. Oh. Fnatic. 5-0 down. I mean, it is not a flattering scoreline at all for Fnatic. And I mean, overall, it's just so one-sided, isn't it? You know, it feels very similar to our last game.
Yeah, you can't break through. And this is almost the element, right? Because as I was sort of saying after about round 3, it's not that Fnatic at that point had really made any sort of tactical boo-boos, right? There was the one big mistake of missing out a single player, but that can happen. But otherwise, their approaches seem to have some sound reasoning behind them. But the longer it's gone on, G2 have adapted. They can do that demo. They've got that ability. They're really good at it. And that's one of the reasons that they've been such a threat team for as long as they have. And, you know, it's not just built on the gun skill, but the ability to sort of realize and go, oh, but if I do this, then we can change this and change the tide. And, well, that has sort of cost Fnatic because their playbook has seemed more and more out of date the longer the series has extended. Here, very hands-off approach. Both the Flores and the Twitch to just try and remove utility alongside long-range grenades, and even scared of the plants at this point because of the Razor Blooms.
Yeah, I think the Thorn has been a big mainstay pick for G2, hasn't it? I think picked all bar 1 round. So a lot of value from those traps that obviously G2 like to have. I also like the fact that G2 have pulled out the Clash in the last round. You know, that's the last thing that Fnatic would be expecting. And looking at the lineup, don't really have much to deal with it. No Nomad, no Kali. Maybe try and get a flame off, try and trap her in a corner, but that's very difficult to do because she does have legs. And just walk away from said fire. So again, for Fnatic, thought they had issues with dealing with a mirror window. I think this could be even worse for them, dealing with the Clash. Half the round gone. No kills as of yet. I say that though. Croxon on the F2 able to pick up Shaiko. And the other F2 in the hands of Deadshot almost finds the pick on the Benjamin. Croxon even gonna go for it, going very aggro. Nobody's watching this walk in. Pretty much on the precipice of the site. Deepak with another Fnatic. Potentially gonna be able to get there first, but never mind. G2 reply with 2 before Wizard still keeps it in favor of Fnatic. A 3v2, minute left.
They clutched out a 2vX in this exact sort of site before, but it's a reverse take this time. It's a different position, different operator set. Now, they don't really have anything to long range against... Oh, wait, they can just use bullets. There's Stompin. Gets himself 2. Would need a quad to be able to clutch this one is. No, they don't have the kit. That's the sort of problem right now, and they've got the recollection. They've got to try and catch the player as he crosses the divide, but misses him. They can plant safely, and Deepak just has to hold this. Just has to sit and wait outside the breach. Slips their way across, knows that's the fight. There's one. Stomping in a 1 versus 1. There are hot pings coming through. There's always that guess. That pre-fire gets it! The man made of class, the man made of 1 versus 1s, and the man with another quad kill to his name. And us with what is another flawless half. I mean, demo, that's 2 for the evening. Shaiko is over the moon, and I wonder if our desk is the same.
What a clutch that was, and what a way to close out this first half here as well. I want to take you back to the start of the game when we said that they have 2-hour theory sessions every day, right? Doki said that in an interview yesterday. I don't think they need those theory sessions right now because, Leo, it seems like every situation they get put in, somehow they find a way to fight themselves back into the round.
It was so easy for me to look like someone that could see the future because every single time I saw a 2v4, I saw 1v3, all I said to you was, let's just see how Fnatic loses this. And it is a consistent pattern, right? Even here, when they, in the first round, get in a 4v4 post-plant scenario, I'm looking at G2 playing well together, isolating the gunfight, trading each other, regaining the control that they need to win the round. That's very important because the firepower here comes into play. Because it's not only the fact that they trade each other, it's the fact that they win every single 1v1. In this 2v4, it's the same scenario. You have Fnatic picking through a math hole, you have another player picking through the doorway, one by one by one. What do they do here in this 1v3 with Wizard? A first player here plays aggressive towards Stompin. A second one plays aggressive when the post plant is there. Why is Deepek swinging it? The player needs to go defuse. It's the same story over and again. Fnatic committing the same mistake, Tim, and the one player to punish it all, Doki, the king, as always.
Yeah, he's having a fantastic day. I think for G2, they're playing into that sort of superior firepower really, really well. When I look at the entry particularly, they're winning 4-2 on the entry, but that's not necessarily the important point here. G2 are not desperate to take gunfights at the beginning of the round. A lot of the entries are coming late into the round. There's only 1 out of 6 that has been within the first minute. It's usually after that point because G2 aren't pressing those early fights because that suits them down to the ground. The more that time ticks by, the more that G2's firepower will carry them through because Fnatic have to rush, and that's where the mistakes come in.
Honestly, this is like a perfect recipe for success for G2 so far, combining all these different elements. Main question just is, do we get another 7-0 here, or do Fnatic have anything to say about this in the second half?
Well, I suppose, Demo, I mean, where's your head at with it all?
I just think that last round, it's just sick, isn't it? It's just sick. Fnatic looked as though they were finally going to get around, and then little boy from Texas says yeehaw, and he goes firing. Oh, what a cruel world this is for Fnatic. And I mean, a 6-0 for G2, and we haven't even seen them attack yet. And this is the scary thing. I mean, shifters weren't able to defend against the G2 attacks whenever they played against them. Are Fnatic going to be the outlier? Are they maybe going to say, no, we can deal with the attacks, but whenever you're kind of at the situation where you're not allowed to make a mistake, you're not allowed to afford to give G2 a single round, that's where the pressure really starts to hit.
The idea that we could have gotten the entire sort of opening little splint, the opening 4 playdays or however many, I can count to 4 playdays, and we get 2 7-0s in our final 3 showdowns on that before we get it. It just... That's siege, I guess, in the drive of things. Obviously, G2, if they can get this clean with the 3 points, then they'll temporarily jump over Vertus Pro. Vertus Pro have the chance of being able to do the same in their showdown immediately after. But the round difference would certainly be a lot sweeter, at least for them, for the side of G2. And it gives them the ultimate sort of morale boost before heading in. The sort of opposite side, you could say, for Fnatic shifters, then suddenly have the goalposts put pretty brilliantly towards them, right? If they win shifters, then they can get the sort of full 3 points. But that +3 round difference that Fnatic currently have would absolutely flip towards the other side. Whereas shifters -2, suddenly doesn't look so bad. They have the attention, drive on towards the external. The Tubarao is just going to freeze things and slow things down. They're worried about some pressure coming in and following quick on towards vending, but there isn't any immediately. Instead, just repositioning.
All quiet at the moment. However, Caster's Curse, I say that. Wizard able to pick up a very important kill onto Doki, who certainly the top player for G2, but there's Banjo with a great old trade. Now for G2, they've lost the buck. Wonder if that was maybe too much of an issue. I don't think it would be. I mean, sure, the buck can certainly have uses. Maybe you want to try and go below and play some of the reverse verticality, but I don't think you're losing much from this bomb site. It's different if we, kind of look at the lineup at G2. There's a lot of worse operators that you could have lost. I think if you lose the Glaz or the Capitao, the operators with that util. A minute and a half gone. Fnatic opting to actually reinforce up some of the walls, and that will give the go-ahead now for G2 to drop in towards Old Tower and see if they can start formulating their attack. I assume it's just going to be trying to strong-arm that Monty into that kind of blind spot corner, similar to the way that we've seen Fnatic do it in their attack.
Well, will they be able to catch this? The Tiburao will get that frozen, just buys more time. The Monty's been able to cross the pass, though. Goes over the divide, and there's the second one, and that one's going to be a bit more awkward to shoot out, and good play with the pipe will force the Monty further and further round. Actually, just going to step in sight just for a second. Got the read on somebody on the left-hand side as the breach opens up, means that they can buy themselves a pocket of safety, but in a 4 versus 4 demo. Now, what are they going to throw down? They have all the Capitao bolts. They have a couple of smoke canisters. Here's the drive over the side, either side. They're just going to see if they can maybe tuck the shields in and get the Glaz as the cover. There's the Glaz stepping in. There's the shield tucking in. And there's now the plant attempt. There is a C4, but it's caught out. Stompin and Shaiko get one each at a piece. And Stompin's taking a lot of fire damage, but they get the plant secured. All they needed was those cross angles, that little angle, and Bender on the backstab, and that's it. Demo. That is it. As quick as you like, it is done.
Back-to-back 7-0s in EML today, and G2 Fortress. What did I say? This is the map that suits them down to a T. They can free flow. It just suits the style of players that they have. And yeah, just overall for G2, another day in the office, and for Fnatic, a day you just want to wipe from your memory.
Well, as quick as that went, we'll go to a quick break, and then we're back with a slightly longer desk.
With a back-to-back 7-0, we are flying through this EML play, but we also get to speak to our victors. We should have LML on the line to ask him a few questions about this game. LML, congratulations, a 7-0. This was a really, really fast game. Why do you think you guys were able to finish this game so fast?
Because they are a pretty bad team, actually.
Nice and just as sure as the game. Thank you.
We can go from there. Alamo, pleasure to speak to you. I noticed through the game a lot of the entries were really like quite late. It was like after a minute 30 in the round, and it felt like you guys were just kind of happy to delay those gunfights a bit, and just because you know you'll win the firepower fights at the end. Was that part of the game plan?
Yeah, to be honest, not even about the fire part. I think we just like won them strategically, I guess, because I think we hit the tube for the kite, and we see them on the previous game. They used to use like the gridlock EMPs to open the hatch and kitchen, so we started with that already. They couldn't open the hatch, and that already like disrupted their exit. They could plant. They still made a way to plant the bomb there on the door, but we won the retake. But I guess that was one good idea we had. But yeah, that's really good. And then for the second kitchen as well, we also disrupt them on the execute. So I guess we're just like playing like really strategic, actually. Just like the master defense, I think like Doki was just like killing everyone on the roam. I think they misdrone him, so I guess like if you're not gonna be able to drone right, how are you gonna win the match, right?
I mean, that's why I guess from our POV it looked more like Firepower was winning the game, because you see Doki get a triple kill there, you see you guys win a 2v4 upstairs, you see Stompin win a 1v3, and you're like, those rounds should be won by Fnatic, right? And like, I'm just wondering, like, as an IGL, do you feel like you've got some kind of superpower with the team that you have? Because it feels like even in the rounds where strategically it doesn't go your way, somehow your teammates will pull it back.
Yeah, I mean, I feel very comfortable, actually. Like, kind of like the same feeling I was feeling in Saudi when like Zach and Loira were like just killing everyone. I just feel kind of the same thing right now. We have like 4 top tier players in my team, and I can just like sit there with my Monty and just like give cows to win the rounds. Like, especially this dash round, I think on the attacks, I think like it was a 4v4, like pretty hard round to win, actually, because like they were like denying the walls and we were kind of like in a weird situation. And I think like Zach was like, cow, I'm feeling here. Like he was like across the map, and they said, no Zach, come here, like we're gonna win the round. Like, and then he came here, like we just planted the bomb, and like it was easy. But yeah, I feel more comfortable to IGL on this superstar team, actually.
And how far do you think it can take you guys? Do you think that the firepower can carry you through like a major grand final, or do you think that you'll need more of that, or something else, maybe more of team play, of cohesion on top of that?
I mean, I just feel like we need like more chemistry now, especially on scrims, because like we have like so many threats. We are, I think, one of the maybe the team that has the most threats. We changed so much, so like we need to get a chemistry, because in the past we played like 1 year of that old roster with Zach and Blaz and Loira, so we had a lot of chemistry. So sometimes like I would pick an op already on the prep phase, like on the attack, and my teammates already know what I'm gonna call because of the op I played, so like they already change. And then like with 2 new players like Ben and Shaiko, they need to get used to like 10,000 attacks we have and like all the variations. So I guess we need like more chemistry and more time together, so we can like be able to like perform, like go to a grand final, win a tournament. And we have a lot of top teams also around the world, so it's not gonna be easy.
I think that's why you might have those 2-hour theory sessions every day to get used to the 10,000 different attacks. But Alaba, we won't keep you here any longer. We know you probably have a stream planned yourself as well. So have a good rest of the evening and good luck with the playoffs.
Thank you guys. Good night. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It was good to hear about all these different attacks and all the ideologies coming in from this. But as Alamau said it, well, they won the game 7-0 because the enemy team today was not showing up, Leo. I think we discussed it in halftime, right? It was a serious difference in caliber between these rosters today. Yeah,
I was just laughing at that first round. He's just bandit swinging out of a doorway and killing 3 people. I mean, it's just... I understand, like, I think strategically that they would, like, there were some really... Like, there were some rounds where, in theory, like, they were winning, for sure. But I think also on top of that, you just mix that with the fact that Fnatic looked scared in every engagement they were taking. They took the wrong decision every single time. That swing from Deepek, I still don't understand why. Like, the diffuser is planted, you're outside, you've got a line of sight on it through the soft wall. You can deny it really easily if the guy goes for the plant. Like, it was just like dumb mistakes upon dumb mistakes. And Tim, we're left with this group A. Literally, like G2 right now, they did the best they could despite losing to VP at the beginning of the kickoff. Now it's all in VP's hands.
Yeah, it is. As you say, G2 could have done absolutely no better here. They put themselves back on top spot. So the way that Vertus Pro can jump over them is to win basically 8-6 or better is where my maths gets me to. So if they get a regulation win, they'll just go clear on points. If they get 8-6, the round difference will be such that it would go to the head-to-head, which Vertus Pro win. If it's 8-7, G2 will win on round difference. And then we've got Fnatic and Shifters as well. Of course, they could switch around. Again, it's going to come down to Shifters. They need a regulation win. If they get it, they will jump over Fnatic because their round difference will be better. If it goes to overtime, then Fnatic will keep that third place.
Just really happy that even though we only have one more match to go, there is still so much to be decided in regards to the positions in this group. All could be changed in about an hour from now after our last match of the day, Shifters versus Vertus Pro. It's our final matchup of the group stage. I feel like it has gone by so fast. It really has, in just 5 days in total. But it's so good to see that still these positions inside Group A can shift so much. And again, for that ace, we talked a little about the implications for Vertus Pro. I would also like to talk about the possible chances, especially for Fnatic and Shifters, with the potential of the lower bracket, the Alligator Swamp, looming over them.
Well, this is the big thing here. We've talked about how people can get into different positions, but what does it mean? Well, 4th place goes into the lower bracket. The top 3 go into the upper bracket, with number 1 spot getting the bye in that upper bracket. So it's really, really important here, because if you go in that lower bracket, you only get 1 chance, of course. Shifters, a regulation win is all that will do the job. They need those 3 points to tie up with Fnatic. Anything else against Vertus Pro, and they will stay in 4th place, because they can only get 2 at best with an overtime win, and that will keep them there for the lower bracket.
I think it's important to acknowledge what Virtus Pro have done so far. I think they've taken a massive roster overhaul with 3 new players, with 2 French players coming in, with a Brazilian coach coming in, and that was a huge gamble that was both saluted but also criticized by the community. They are now in a spot where their fate is in their hands. They have what it takes to take down Shifters and make sure that they make it to the playoffs. Now, the thing is, I look at G2 and the pressure they've just added on them. Because like you've said, Tim, it's by no way an easy one. They need to make sure they win at least 8-6 or better. So that is still a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
We can look at the rosters very briefly before we get into the final match of the day, starting with Team Shifters. We already talked about it a little bit. It was a very sad loss for them, I feel like, yesterday. It started off so well, and I feel like even aside these rounds, similar to what happened with Fnatic just now, but for some reason, Ace, these rounds kept slipping away from them.
Yeah, look, it's been a tough one. I said a couple of days ago when I was casting that I really liked Shifters and I was touting them for my 4th place team, and they just haven't quite been able to deliver to that level. But I don't think it's been because of bad play. They've had some really good sections. They've had some good performances. Robbie is the standout so far. And I feel like they're right there, but they just haven't had that extra 10%.
And if I look at them, I just think, yesterday was a big gap in terms of firepower still. Like, G2 basically repeated the same thing against Shifters on Fortress that they did against Fnatic. I looked at a team that was trying to play properly, executing properly, but were just losing the critical gunfights. And that is the main thing you're going to face when you face like a super team like G2. Today against VP, yes, there is a lot of firepower, but they're facing a different kind of strength. What I think is the real strength of VP, actually, if we look at their roster, is not the firepower only on Dan, on Pasha, on Rorik, that is still very powerful, but mainly their cohesion and the fact that Neiko, as the IGL, behind the shield, is helping this team play so well together, especially in attack. Team, when I look at this roster, I look at a well-rounded team that strategically is winning, and not only just of firepower.
I was really excited about Vertus Pro coming into Kickoff. I said the week before that I wanted to see Rorik at T1 for a while, and just seeing this roster come together and kind of fixing or hoping that they'd fix those old Vertus Pro issues, and boy, have they delivered. And the main thing about Vertus Pro that I am loving is that they are exciting to watch, and that's what it all comes down to. It's great winning, sometimes you lose, but entertainers, and they are doing it greatly.
And they're playing new maps, which is a really exciting thing, right? It was always the talk of the conversation. It was always the map pool issue for Vertus Pro. And this time around, Leo, we're going to a chalet.
Now, that is a map that the old VP used to play, by the way, and I'm not surprised to see it, in the sense that Neiko, he loved to IGL on it when he was on Genji, and even then when he was on Ace. That's one of the moments where he repeated the miracle, where they beat G2 on the map. It's a map on which he knows all of the rushes, all of the ways to play it. On the side of Shifters, it is a never better sign, because it is the best map, in my opinion, for that lineup in official matches. They were sitting on a 5-win streak on it. They beat Fnatic last stage. They beat Genji last stage on it. They beat Falcons last stage on it. They beat Wolves as well. And then they beat Geekay in the SI Quals. It was by far their best map. And they crushed upon it last stage to have a deep run. If they can still retain that level against Virtus Pro, this is the best map they could go to and hope to go to in the BO1 to save them from lower bracket and go into the upper bracket.
I like like Chalet for this game. I think it's going to give us a really competitive game. I'm not saying it removes the firepower element. That's always going to be there. You're going to always have those clutch moments. But the reason I say that is Chalet is one of our maps where we have 4 genuinely viable sites. There's a real opportunity here for teams to bring that strategy, to bring those set plays and to really show us what they can do. And Shifters, it's a great opportunity for them to bounce back, but it comes with a warning. I think Vertus Pro are going to be pretty good here.
Now, sometimes games just immediately get erased from my memory the second they end, but correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time we're seeing a Chalet as well inside the EML Kickoff, and it is our last game of the EML Kickoff group stage as well. So for one more time today, Fluke and Demo, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Anne and the Des team. And I love Chalet. It's one of my favorite ones to cast because it's usually quite exciting. And to be fair, what could be more exciting than 2 7-0s? Probably at least a competitive game, Demo.
Well, I think that this is an opportunity to maybe make Siege history. We've never seen 3 back-to-back-to-back 7-0s. But I don't think we're going to get there. I think this is a matchup which should be a lot closer in comparison to maybe what we had earlier. I think VP have probably been the team which has surprised me the most because we didn't really know where this VP team was going. For a long time, VP kind of outdated Siege. They're not what they used to be. A lot of those comments were tossed around, and they needed to make big changes. And obviously for VP, they've went English speaking, which already in itself was like, okay, they've done it. Where do we go from here? And that was the kind of main thing for VP was if you're going English speaking, you need to nail who you're picking up. And I think with what they've needed in this side, if we kind of look at the core of having Pasha and Dan, the old VP, I think, struggled with getting into the meta, i.e. shields. And they brought the shield players, and they've got Nako who can play those shields. So I think that for me is what's made VP a lot more competitive in this stage compared to kind of where we've seen them over the past 2 years.
So here we have a chance for a team to beat the odds. Apparently the house has always won. I didn't know that was the case, Demo. I thought sometimes the house would lose as well, but today
I can tell you that's not the case.
Today, wow. We will have Vertus Pro holding on, and their Siege has been brilliant. They've obviously had some changes. They've widened their map pool. They've played in a different sort of style. As you said, we've had expectations shifted and moved, but this is that place where we can sort of get more of a taste of it, as pointed out by Anne. This isn't really a map we've seen at all throughout all of this, and it's a map that a lot of EML teams have always thought have been pretty good at. Some of them, maybe not as strong when they go against other regions. I think, as with a lot of maps, it's brilliant when you get into the SAL and that sort of part of the world, and there's a couple of great other teams around the world on this map. But EML has always been a bit of a big hitter in some ways on this.
Starting shot
A lot of big runs, and I guess we'll see if there can be some of that poured in from Shifters. That drone won't really get anything. This one will at least get itself up on towards the top and can turn off the lasers in the camera on the swing, but it's just a steady, slow removal of utility here.
Yeah, Twitch able to move in. Pick off the Denaries. Made them useless. Don't forget, if you are dealing with a Denari and you just have that one red line going across, as long as you take out one, they'll then hit off the other ones. You don't need to get both of them, just the one to break up that connection. Now for Shifters. Obviously, it's going to be a solar take. They've exposed their hand to it, and oh dear, how has that been allowed to happen? Pasha being able to run out of trench somehow and get a kill, even though there's a Nomad on board. Dan, that big old long DMR challenging onto their solar players, and will take out Freck. Now Shifters, blink of an eye, are down 2 men right now, and they'll have to try and pick up some kills. Blaz will try and do so, but again in that power position with that DMR, just lines them up and knocks them down.
Well, they said it before on the sort of desk that Nako has been a great IGL and a great voice driving them forward, and well, at least he's the first one dead. He can command from the cams, and they can open up with a strong first round here. Vertus Pro get us off with, as you said, and I quote, how have they allowed that to happen?
I mean, the run out in trench. Even though there's a Nomad on board, it's, yeah, a questionable one. The VP don't care. VP Happy enough to see those gaps, see the weaknesses in the attacks. But Dan in that power position though with that DMR, you can see how powerful, again, just the ACOG on defense is. You can just sit back, challenge onto angles you typically wouldn't be able to challenge onto. Don't forget the DMR, it hits like a truck. Yeah, it was just a simple Claymore, and he gets obviously caught with the launcher in his hand, but still, you need the Nomad on that trench door. Makes it a lot easier. Claymore's a Claymore, can still be shot.
Ready and waiting.
It's just that one thing makes the issue.
10 seconds left before insertion.
VP pretty much gonna run it back because they pretty much go for a very similar setup as it is going to be the kitchen this time, but you kind of play kitchen as you are holding above. You'll still get yourself in towards bedroom, hold solar, hold everything that accompanies it, but with a little bit more of an extension over towards bar though, which we typically don't see. I think the extension in the bar, again, it's just going to be there to waste a bit of time away from shifters, maybe pick up a kill. Could be good for VP, just really wanting to test the limits of this shifters team. But 30 seconds gone, not a lot to talk about. Not a lot's happened, just for shifters. Seems to be a library of cross take for them.
Drone active.
Hopefully they can get off to a bit of a better start, have a bit more of a wrapped control over and around anything that might come out of the building as Dan suffers the first shakes of damage, but isn't knocked off. And we know what he can do with a single HP as long as he's still got bullets in his pocket to throw at his opponent. Usually better sent with a gun though. Quick on towards the ego bow because Lasmo is just going to get himself propped up, start to apply some pressure. They've gone for the pinch here on this position, but again, fighting outside the building. Vertus Pro, yeah, fine, call us. We'll actually call you back. And they'll drop out their way, rotate round underneath. Actually been able to get away, I was going to say unharmed, but suddenly Blaz and Freck were able to pick up 2 quick kills. Now worried about someone else swinging around, but I mean, Sky sends it for 2. Blaz and P4, there's Dan onto Lasmu. And it looked good for a split second, but then unfortunately it cleared away and Vertus Pro have the man advantage.
You just see how quickly things can change in a game of Siege. It looked so good for shifters, got their way in towards solar, and then timing. Sky's pretty much finds a freebie. Blaz was really panicking, wasn't he, inside of solar? He was so scared that somebody was going to walk up the staircase, but he looked the wrong way, and Sky's found him and then got the perfect timing on the player repelling in towards big window. Now for Freck and Robbie. A lot of work to be done. Just down to Robbie is Dan again with this DMR. He's 5-0. Maybe he's going to try and equal Doki's scoreline. Maybe he wants the third, make it 6-0 for him. Robbie looks as though he's going to try and challenge on to Dan, who's still in the same spot, but Dan gets picked off. Nice shot there from Robbie, but a 1v2. There's no util. Got a drone in the pocket, and that's really it. They get called out there by the Banshee. One swings, the other didn't, though. Mako may have sold his team. I don't know what the comms were in that, and is he going to try and fall back to the bomb site? Yes, he is. Down the solar stairs is where he goes. Robbie in hot pursuit, though, but look at this. The Denari's going to cut him off. It means he can't go for the chase.
I mean, they have pings, they have the kit, they have 10 seconds. He's going back up the stairs. Brilliant play there. Read what the idea was, moves himself round. He's looking for the fire on the hatch, but Robbie! Ha ha ha! Clip it, clutch of the day. Cheer up, Lasmu.
Oh, I mean, what a roller coaster for a round. You big shifters start off well, and it goes into VP's favor, and you think, oh, that's it, VP, the 1v3. No way they're gonna lose this out, but they give him picks. Dan got caught out, sure, that's fine, but that 1v2 though, I mean, that should have been a case where one guy on either side of the piano. As soon as that Banshee goes off, it should just be a swing. As soon as the Banshee hits, you both swing at the same time, but it was an issue where one player swung and the other didn't. See it coming up here in a minute. This was it. This should have been the 3-2-1, and Sky swung, and Dake was like, nah, mate, I don't want none of that. And Robbie gets off the plant and wins it. Surprised to be sure. I mean, Freck, he's happy with that one. We need more of that, though, from shifters. One round of pieces where we stand, but VP gonna be kicking themselves that they lost that round.
10 seconds.
Demo.
Insertion.
I can confirm we will not have a third 7-0 in a row.
Wow. Siege did not win today, if that's the case. We wanted history.
We don't get to claim that as another cool statistic. One apiece, and wow, 2 shields. Sometimes the solution to life's problems is to bring another shield. Very specific life's problems.
It's not bad, I think, whenever it comes to this bomb site too. I mean, Blitz has got pretty good time at just charging into the site, especially in towards connector, and then the Blackbeard's there is maybe to try and pull things away. I mean, that's the thing with the shield. Oh, they've got a shield, but it's like, oh, they've got 2 shields, and you never really know which one's gonna be running at you, because you do have to play very differently against both of them, the Blitz and the Blackbeard. I wonder if they might just try and full send the Blitz just both in through the windows upstairs and try and charge down the players over towards Fireplace. Nade comes in. He's home though, C4 in response, but Rorik doesn't get anything from that, not even a damage at all, so that's one less C4 he has to worry about, and really the only C4 that he had to worry about is being used by VP.
Well, they're going to see if they can try and apply the pressure, but Pasha gets 1, and there's 1 and 2 and 3, and everybody's down. Demo. A 4 versus 2, 2 shields, apparently. Not enough to stop Dan, who is now 6 and 1 over this opener. Blaz and P4 in a clutch situation of their own. We've seen plenty of them today. But P4 won't see the rest of this one. Leaves just Blaz alone inside the site. But obviously, as soon as he does anything that makes noise, they're going to swarm and close down on MVP. They just have to operate as a team. There's the first, and he finds an avenue, and he expects the swarm. They don't give him it just yet. He can buy himself just a chance at a cross, and he's going to make his way around. But where's the plant? Here it is, behind the bar itself. Waits and baits for the drop on either side of the hatch, and ooh, just gets caught out on the camera. So now they know he's rotated, but now they're inside the site, and there's Skies popping around for a second round.
Yeah, the execute there from Shifters, it was forcing the double shields in through library. But it didn't look as though they had checked the positions, because you look where Dan was. He was inside Fireplace, but he was kind of tucked to the corner where the kind of bushes are. And typically that's a position that if you get droned out, you can get picked off by somebody on the big window towards Fireplace. And just nobody was there, nobody caught onto that position, and because that Dan then was able to kind of get the off-angle swing onto those shields. And as soon as you lose that firepower, the shields rushing in through library, it's really difficult to try and pull it back from there. So certainly for Shifters, I wouldn't say it's been a great opening 3 rounds. I think for VP, they should be feeling pretty confident with this half. It is looking good for them. And apart from that one blip, has been smooth sailing.
Shell going out.
Back in towards the top floor we go. So basement not going to be an option at all for VP in the rotation.
I mean,
Attackers have located a bomb.
it's fallen out of favor for a lot of teams, right? I'm not going to say every team, because there are still...
Tim hates it.
Tim hates it. Well, Tim hates a lot of things. Tim's, you know...
I mean,
strong feelings.
The thing is, it's based on the bans that Shifters has went for. I mean, you have got like the electrifications up, you've got the tub up. So certainly there is that element of making it a bit of a nightmare for Shifters if they don't bring the correct, operators, where they have to kind of bring a Thatcher, maybe a Maverick in there, a lot of, nades to remove Cade Claws. So certainly there is options there for that basement, but just not happening here for VP, not wanting to go for that. They're more content on the top 3. I mean, Chalet, I always think every bomb set's viable in Chalet, all 4.
But which one, if you were to cut one off, would you cut off?
I'd cut off the top floor. I think the top floor is pretty difficult with a lot of the window gameplay, and especially considering the lineup that they have available. Looking at the bans of Shifters, you don't have the Clash, you don't have the Azami, especially the Azami. It can be pretty dreadful, especially those windows, and you just can't really do much against it.
I think it's also worth to say that it's probably the most well-rehearsed for attackers. Obviously,
because it's the #1 picked and ranked, isn't it? And that's usually how it corresponds. All these players will play ranked. Everyone's played ranked. The top floor is always kind of the expected first bomb site.
And ranked comes down from sort of pro play, where for a long time it was the first setup for pro play. It was always the sort of go-to, and it's like that scene from The Devil Wears Prada for that very big crossover audience of Rainbow Six Siege fans and The Devil Wears Prada fans. We'll get to that in a second, because Blaz has been able to get the first, and Robbie almost got the swing round from the Ivy window, and he's actually just going to rotate out of there rather alive and able to offer his gadgetry and his pressure in a second for the rest of the team. He can still help. And Dokkaebi is a big one to lose just in a sort of 1 versus 1 engagement elsewhere.
Oh, Robbie still fishing that kill over towards Library. It's a great battle, but Robbie is going to retreat and fall back off the Library balcony and see if he can rotate elsewhere. Because there are still players over towards the Library side. It means playing on that bathroom balcony is going to be pretty difficult for Robbie, but he's going to try and take the challenge nonetheless. Dokkaebi call goes out to try and assist not only himself, but also his team. That castle barricade actually working against VP, it feels like, or else Robbie could not be playing in the position he is now.
Oh, there is the next to follow through. Quickly double down, and oh, a close fight. Castle does get caught out. As Blaz has the track and then the hunt afterwards. But what can they do with the space that they have? They don't have the kit. They're going to see if they can try and get the next bit of pressure. Lasmo on the big rotate round on towards piano window. Oh, does get the head of Rorik, but Nako operated that time. There was no hesitation with the 2 versus 1, but now a 1 versus 1 once again. Lasmo versus Nako.
Easily kill.
I mean, he's got 10 seconds, no kit, right? He has to try and bait in. There's a C4 still in pocket. There's at least a smoke canister as well. Sees the sliver of the player, and he doubles down, and he's happier about that clutch demo.
Oh, again, Shifters winning a clutch. VP letting it slip. I mean, obviously that's a case where VP had no idea that the diffuser was miles away from Shifters. I mean, that round could have been won if VP just ran away. But they didn't know that. He had to stay close to that office bomb site, just in case he tried to attempt to plant. If only they knew it was all the way out towards Solar. And you kind of think for that 1v2 again, I mean, it should be smooth sailing for VP, but just somehow finds a way. That's now able to isolate those 2 engagements. I think the 1v2 successful. Shifters off the back of another clutch. Win another round, 2-2. Scoreline is close, but I don't know, it just doesn't feel as though it should be that close.
I think there's, I mean, it's what, been 2 sort of big clutch rounds, clutch moments. It's great trades. The opening game has been back and forth between the 2 teams as well. There's been a real sort of focus and attention paid, and you know, there's this element of every round is a battle, every round is a draw, but remember that the split is Shifters need a full fat win, and that is all that can sort of drive them a bit further up the board, right? They need the 3 points. They cannot get anything other than that, so they need to try and break the deadlock, because if the deadlock continues all the way to the end, then it's sort of for nothing for them. They've secured themselves within at least the top 4 of the group. Fine, great. But if they can get the jump up towards 3rd place, then they get themselves an extra life in the playoff bracket. They get themselves 1 more chance. And we've seen how big that extra chance and lifeline can be for teams. But Vertus Pro, they want 1st seed because, well, what they get is a bye. They get that 1 extra step. They get to push G2 back down and sort of say, no, this flawless group run, that was ours to take, G2. Here, off again on the hunt. They've got a lot of information grabbing, only the single shield. They're changing their approach line up pretty continually, but it seems to match at least 2 of the same beat for beat. The Dokkaebi and the Blackbeard have been pretty continual, but now they've had a sort of Deimos in towards the track. They want to limit this play, but the play is just biting them back. 2 quick kills once again, and Vertus Pro have a man advantage.
Yeah, let's see if they can hold on to this one. I think for Shifters, even though they are constantly getting themselves into the back foot in a lot of these rounds, they still play with it and clutch out these rounds. But for VP, they need to try and sharpen things up and keep things a lot tighter. You have that man advantage, don't lose it. Lasmo on the Blackbeard, looking to try and isolate this 1v1, and should win against the Ella. Yes, he will. Execution there, and like I said, This is Shifters. Somehow lose the first 2 opening kills, and then they get them right back because VP give it to them.
Yeah. Overconfidence, overextension, over-egging the pudding, however you want to put it.
Activate.
It's not quite worked out for them, and now this can go back to this game that we've seen Shifters do very well of just they lose a bit. They're on the back foot, and then they build themselves back together. A late take on a default cam. Hey, it's better than anything.
Time to make a new deal.
And now a bit more width here on towards the approach, but where the site is, what they've got, and the fact that they're going to have to divide themselves against 2 C4s from a bit of range, as well as potentially Tibarao, who's not slowing the walls, but won't slow anything. He is dead. And now they've got to watch the verticality because nobody's above Demo. Look, you can see Vertus Pro there trying to go for the retake, trying to go for the step back in at this point. They can't quite get there because they have the man disadvantage. Skies gets caught out. As I said, he won't be able to make it. Nako does get 1, but now they don't have the verticality, and they're just going to try and push the 2 versus 1. 10 seconds. Slips his way through and sees a single body, and now he's against the shield. Close combat, and it's all his to take!
Oh, Nako responds with a clutch of his own. That time it was Shifters who looked as though they were going to close out the round. And they've lost the 1v2. What a game this has been. You really don't know where it's going to go. VP. I mean, they've called the timeout even though they've won the round.
Yeah. I mean, we've had, what is that, like 3 clutches over 4 rounds?
Yeah, pretty much.
We've had, outside of round 3, there's been at least somebody that gets a 3K.
Yep.
You couldn't ask for a more sort of no holds barred game. Maybe this is the monkey's paw price that we paid. We had 2 7-0s in a row, so we get this.
Yeah.
A chalet.
It's very back and forth.
It's just unbelievable. Perfectly traded rounds as well. The sites they're winning and losing is changing. The momentum is sort of going back and forth. The entry statistic has gone back and forth each time.
Yes, it's weird that we've actually got a statistic, even though it sounds false, but it's actually true. The team who has had the opening pick have went on to win the round, which is weird considering,
We've had 3
you know, you may have got the opening pick and then you've kind of came back with 2 kills on your own.
We've had 2 1 versus 3s and a 1 versus 2 over the opening 5 rounds.
Funny old game, this.
Anyway, 1 more round of this half. Shifters, can they keep themselves balanced? Vertus Pro, they've had their conversation. Now, they obviously will get one just at the end of this round as well about going into the next half, so maybe it's a fair sort of call to go, okay, how do we get the 4-2 half here? How do we get ourselves locked in on defense? How do we break a pattern? Because repeating the pattern will just keep you going around and around and a bit of mania. Fine, it works out for you in the long range, but they want the full fat win just as bad because they want that fight. And having the 4-2 half is that important sort of threat. And also, because of the advantage that they've had and thrown away twice. Still. Freck off to the races, towards the top of Solarium already.
At my location.
And this is just that utilization of the gadget, but there is pings on this player. Ready to swing on towards the door. The grenade will force the motion, does some of the damage on towards Nako, who's just gonna get caught. Almost got himself out of the situation there, but great positioning from Shifters to get it, and there's not quite a trade as of yet. Skies is taking big risks, and they do not pay off. Demo.
Shock drone.
Oh, Sky's desperate to try and get the kill back. Not going to work for him. And I mean, like, look, that's how Chalet gets played out, isn't it? You've got those windows to create those cuts and those crossfires, and that's unfortunately is what happened to Nako. Got caught out on the window. And now we are in the 3v5. But I wouldn't hold your breath, everyone. We don't know where this can go based on what has happened in this game so far. It could still be a VP round win very easily. Same could be said for Shifters. They got half the round to go. They've got pretty much all their util also. Got the Capitao still with a firebolt, a couple of smokes. Blackbeard's got his nades. And even the Aurora has yet to use the gates. VP up against it. see who's going to be the man to make a move, because that's what they need. They need somebody to step up here and make a play.
Holding on, just hoping someone will drift into the position. As you said, someone needs to step in and make a play, but the record has been the opening kill leads to the end of the round, and well, as a knife comes out as well, it's going to be the same. The timeouts did nothing. We have an even half, and our desk have a lot to talk about.
Seems that Vertus Pro actually have the better game plan in most of these rounds, but somehow, Leo, these rounds get a lot closer than what we'd assume at the start of them.
Yeah, there are way too many instances. If we look back at the two clutches on the side of Shifters, by the way, too many instances where VP players are way too isolated. Like in general, we look at these moments, right? And they're in a man advantage. They're in a 3v2. There is nothing to do right now. 3v1 at this point. Dan takes a 1v1 for no reason. Incredible shot from Robbie, I'm not gonna lie. But here, wide swing from Skies. Neko was not ready to commit to it. And then he overpicks here, over the hatch. So like, incredible from Robbie, don't get me wrong, but that was played the worst possible way by VP. Similar round, by the way, here. It's a 4v2. And look at how bad they are when it comes to coming back towards each other. Once again, Neko left in a 1v1, 5 seconds left, but once again, overpeaks, and that's another clutch for Shifters. And in the end, I look at this team and I think VP has the better game plan. They're in a 3v1, they're in a 4v2, and yet, consistently, they give back the man advantage and they lose rounds. It should be 5-1 for VP right now.
Yeah, it really should. The thing that VP have been doing particularly well is playing the extensions. We've seen a lot of the early round fights are very rarely on site. You know, they tend to be when it's over on the sort of master office side. All the fights are going on over library. They're happening underneath. They're happening all over the place. The problem that Vertus Pro have got is once they've burnt this time, got a couple of kills and done this great work, they kind of seem to be overcommitting to it a little bit. And leaving it too late, leaving themselves into dangerous situations, having to run a bit of a gauntlet to get back to site, and that's when the bodies start dropping and Shifters get back into it. So I think looking forward, how do Vertus Pro change that up on the attack? I think it's about consolidating what you've got. If you manage to take some map control, make sure you keep hold of it and use it and do so in the right time.
What you're mentioning, Ace, I find so interesting because just 2 days ago when we had the Shifters versus Fnatic game, we were praising Shifters for how fast they were, especially with getting the opening kills, getting some points on the boards for themselves. But that was obviously after just one game was played. So can they kind of keep up the momentum going into the second half, getting these rounds where they maybe shouldn't have gotten so far? Let's see what happens in half 2.
Well, a second half demo, and I mean, do you think it will be as crazy?
I mean, that's the question, isn't it? That's the question everyone's list right now, but it's just a weird game of Siege. You know, both teams sharing rounds back and forth, same with the opening kills. But it just hasn't really translated like that in the round. You know, it's the scoreline and the stats say one thing, but actually in the game it says another. But VP on the attack is where they go. And for Shifters on the defense, I mean, I think for Chalet, I tend to favor attackers. You know, that's kind of, I feel like 4-2, you know, in Chalet with a lot of things going for you know, the crossfires, the way that you can really punish those defenders and kind of make them pretty claustrophobic in a lot of scenarios. But who knows at this stage? This game's a weird one, so all bets are off.
5 seconds to insertion.
At this point, the responses to each other and that opening kill conversion in towards success at the end of it. I'm curious if that is going to be a statistic that also carries on. Tim, unfortunately, showed up to the desk and did what desk people do. And he has cursed Rorik, who has really been unable to get his sort of fangs in towards this game. But maybe this will be the chance for the bear to bite, as the snake is actually probably the more fitting animal reference rather than the team logo of slithering their way in towards Mudroom. There's the opening up for support. But can they close down on actually a clash? There's a lot of support here. The L is on one side. That's going to be the first port of call. But otherwise, Robbie just going to tuck slightly further away, draw some drones out. Again, as I said, you can see the clash wants to try and offer some help here. has moved their way back up the stairs.
Oh, Nako. Of impact's being tossed at him, but he's still okay as he's really trying to isolate this kill, but it's just a bit of a bait. As Robbie was so worried about the blitz. Should have been worried about the man with the gun. And down he goes. Sky's able to find Frack, and all of a sudden, for Shifters, they're now at a two-man disadvantage. They have the Flash still stationed on that blue stairs. This team are retreating back, and now Blaz will do the same. So for VP, they sit in the 5-3 advantage. Look at that information, though, from the Solid Snake. Can find out exactly where all 3 remaining defenders are, and that information is going to be fed through. All of them going to be in the bomb site. Nothing to worry about. No flanks to contest with. Now, what are Shifters going to do? Because they're up against it.
Setting traces thermal touch.
Oh, he's about to find a close fight here. There's a play of audio, but nobody wants to be the one that gives the first fight. The double jump out, though. Both of them hit the windows. Both of them took a bit of damage, but they're able to get a kill. And then another. The balance once again. 2 kills up to a 3 versus 3. Where have we seen that before? And I feel like we'll keep seeing it again and again and again. Moved his way in. Out of the way of the frag grenade. There's another swing out there as Blaz gets one. A shield caught out. His support is far away. Lasmu doing everything right now. And Sky's in the 1 versus 3. And he doesn't see any further. The first time around hasn't gone to the player with the opening kill, and the first time a team has gotten 2 rounds technically back to back.
Oh, Shifters putting the footwork on the VP. A 3v5 they've been able to win from. It's just a case of, you know, I said before, whenever we kind of had VP up against it on the kind of bar and games, they needed somebody to make a play, make a move. Same can be said here for Shifters, but this time, players make the moves. This right here, this was what kind of kicked off P4, playing aggressive, not sitting back, looking to go big. And that just kind of ignited the whole Shifters lineup. VP, again, in a position where they should be winning out those rounds, and they've squandered it. Shifters, 4-3 up, like you mentioned, back-to-back rounds. It's been back and forth so far in this game. Who knows, this could be the start of a bit of momentum now for Shifters.
10 seconds to go.
I mean, it has to be something, right? It has to be something that they can try and net themselves on, because if they can break it, remember, Vertus Pro have used their timeout. And for a map that can theoretically support attackers, if this is going to be the difference that Shifters can sort of tip that balance, you don't want to look towards high performers or low performers, because everybody has been giving their all this game. But again, out of all of the rounds that we have had so far, there has only been 1 round where somebody didn't get at least a 3K. It's been such a strangely decided game.
Nah, looks like they're coming out to play.
And it looks like they're coming out to play, Demo.
Oh, look at this. Nako. Straight in off the back of that window being opened up, and question of did P4 hear that or not? I mean, he's looking towards that side. He is pretty weary.
Lost my explosive!
No, looks to be okay at the moment. But for VP, it's just about gaining control, hoping that Nako can a mean backstab. I wonder if Freck might go a bit of a walk up the solar stairs and maybe try and flank this backstab. Backstab the backstabber, always a fun one. And there we go, finally we're going to see Solid Snake reveal himself. P4 eats a nade, still stuck in the corner, still alive though. That shield is going to reduce the nade damage. Freck with a jump out, there we go, the big flank. Freck has just sealed the round for Shifters in their favor. VP have been hit with a stunner. And Pasha and Skies were thinking, what do we do now? Flawless round, Freck. My oh my. 4 for Freck. Don't know what that was. Don't even want to think about what that was.
I don't think we should. P4.
We'll move on from that.
P4, the name stands for as many pixels as his camera has. Great round there. obviously, for how hotly contested this game has been in its entirety. From start up until that round, it has been back and forth. It has been traded rounds. And now, 3 rounds in a row. And now, another bit of lead in towards Shifter's favor. And now also another 4K for somebody. This means, currently, for the side of Shifters, didn't have to play the whole thing again. Freck, Lasmo, Robbie, and Blaz have all dictated around by getting at least a 3K.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Everybody wants this in towards their favor, and I mean, 2 more chances for them to try and push this one over the edge. 2 more chances. Vertus Pro can get things leveled up. Obviously, Shifter still have their timeout as well, but I mean, the momentum is purely into their corner right now.
Oh, right. Now what do we do, VP? That's 2 attacks in the bin. If you lose your next 2, game over. Job done for Shifters. Robbie. Tracked early on. A very early track, has to be said, for Skies. Already used one of them. And, well, again, give that early entrance for VP into the map. Rorik, able to find the opening pick. Down goes Freck. That's a good player to pick up after what he did in the last round. VP, it is certainly a slower approach here, isn't it? Just going for the motions, sweeping through things. I mean, look at all this setup above, but it's like a ghost town up here, isn't it? Everyone's gone. Nobody from Shifters wanting to hold this side of the map. They've very quickly been shuffled along back into the second layer and towards that top floor now.
Thermo breach set. Step back! Setting traces thermotech.
Getting themselves the breach, the eyes onto the top and the bottom floor of the site itself. Obviously, if you want to plant behind the dining table, you need to have vertical. You need to make sure that they can't just swing their way back out, and you can do this via this way. Have the long-range pressure, have that sort of phantom firing lines. They can't swing in, and otherwise they've sort of got that. No, that's my job. Says as he removes the utility and gives himself a slightly better route through. There's the coverage, and there's the drive in. Now there is AC4, but they've got to try and retake the vertical first, and they're trying to fight their way across. They're sort of letting the plant be confirmed. Too late to remove the hatch. P4, that C4 won't do anything now. Robbie's down. Nako takes a bit of damage, but the 3 versus 5 post-plant retake. 2 versus 5 post-plant 1 versus 5 post-plant retake. Pretty hard.
Oh, get at least one. Come on. Nope, it's just like going to give him at Rorik. Use the flashbang to get out of there, and the last round actually goes and finish off the down player. At least somebody died, but I mean that's hilarious. Just instead of, you know, killing the guy he's shooting at, I mean, he ignores him and goes to the down guy. Yeah, like VP, I mean, that is pretty standard, isn't it, in terms of what you expect to see from attackers on that site. You open up above, you stop them playing on those vert angles, you then jump in, you go for the plant. I mean, then holding that post plant, yeah, really well done from VP, denying that top floor retake. Everyone was kind of sat back, not wanting to kind of give Shifters the opportunities. They're all in very safe positions. And I just think for Shifters, it was leaving that library kind of so soon and so sudden. And then VP are like, we'll take that. And that kind of shaves off, you know, 30, 40 seconds of the attack. So at least that's a round back for VP. But don't forget, that is the 3rd bomb site choice for Shifters. So that means that the other 2 are going to be unlocked for them now. And where they go straight back upstairs.
Up towards upstairs, and obviously with how we've seen things sort of shape together, you know, it's still a very aggressive game. You take out that one flawless round, and even then that round had a chance at biting back if, say, one of those top encounters or excursion goes away from them. You sort of thread yourself in a slightly different route. But at the same time, how much of this is a cooling off period? We often talk about this more, and I would say a best of 3, understandably, of the pace that you can apply, the sort of if you're all gun, if you're all go, how much more do you have on the back end of it, especially a map like Chalet that sort of demands quite a lot of awareness. You're always heads up in here. Be a heads up drive in through towards the garage. We haven't really seen any play down in the basement. Obviously not the play on the site itself, but no one really trying to drive their way up West Main. It was a lot of sort of top-down takes or bouts of pressure. P4 does get that hatch open this time round. Skies is almost ready. I think they want to try and force him down the hatch.
Yeah.
And get the catch.
That should be a good pinch here. However, E4 not going to be alone though. Stop player on Solar Stairs looking to hold the jump in into Trophy. Also hold on to that West Main Stairs too. There is a bit of work here to be done for VP, and they will have to try and dump in some util. You can see that Pasha is fired in. Bit of util out launcher. Here goes the second, the stun. That miss. I mean, it must have missed. Frack seems completely fine. That's going to be the last stun used for the Sophia. Up the stairs. Barbed wire should give the position away. That Skies has made that push in P4. Now he gets shot at. They definitely know he's here now. There's also a player on the hatch over towards Kitchen holding on to that angle. There it is, lads. Great angle with the DMR. That's going to be first blood going in favor of Shifters. And they still have not dealt with P4. He's still down here. The support structure was strong from Shifters. And VP up a creek and no paddle to get themselves out of it.
Now, without that Deimos, without that player, I said it at the very start, if there's going to be somebody that goes down, you kind of want it to be somebody that can call shots, but Skies was sort of the active part of that inside this team, and they've got to try and operate and force out these Shifters players still entrenched in positions. Good first take, Dan. Drifts his way around. Ooh, and there's almost the second follow through, the cut close angle on towards the Solarium stairs, but Freck has the ADSs, has the chance at catching anything that can come in towards his path. They're holding on. Robbie's been able to get one more as well. In the meantime, the 4 versus 2. With 30 seconds, Shifters look primed and ready to push themselves on towards map point, to push themselves on towards a potential 3 points. We talked about how potentially necessary that can be. And what a fate of a day we might have here with the 7-0 result and how the rest of it is filtered out. There's at least 2 more, and we will be 6-4.
Yeah, very clean from Shifters. Supporting P4 as much as they could. Obviously, that hatch kill was a very important one. Takes down the Deimos. Kind of puts VP in position where they don't have the information. They don't have someone who can, again, try and challenge on the P4. But yeah, overall Shifters able to get the trades. VP just didn't really get going in that round. It felt like struggled with kind of getting into the building almost. And yeah, Shifters, a very well-deserved match point. And it just shows that the clutch game from Shifters in that attacking half has really came through now, because the defense has made it really easy. I mean, imagine if VP had won some of those rounds that maybe Shifters shouldn't have won. It'd be a completely different scoreline, but hey, that Siege, you have to win the rounds that you're supposed to, and then sometimes win the rounds you're not supposed to if you want to win the game. That's what Shifters has done. Look where they go, over towards the bar, and I mean, last time we were here, we've seen the big play from Frack, wasn't it? Went for the flank up Solar, went for the jump out, found 2, and that pretty much killed it dead.
Attackers are heading out to defuse
Surely
the bomb.
VP are going to have something ready for it this time, and you can see Rorik on the gridlock, so I don't think the flanks are going to be an option for Shifters this time around. See here, VP want to try and stem their attack from. I assume it's going to be the Solar across this time, but just having a bit of flank protection.
This first engagement, this first catch, this first drive. As we said, it's been the dictator of every single round but one. For all the clutches, for all the marbles, and for all the chaos, weirdly, there's a pattern and we can sort of hold on to, and I think the two teams are in the same boat. Who can be that first grasp of success? It's game of waiting, a game of patience, and a game of just trying to filter the information. They've obviously got that back and forth. There's a pulse that can try and read and bleed all of that back towards them. They're going for a sort of step-by-step box clear, but they're not quite happy to step back just yet. Freck, he's had a couple of big moments throughout this game, but 50% of his kills came on one round entirely. So he's always in that sort of not for success position. There's nobody on the other side of that C4, but Blaz is almost on the other side of a Deimos track and the danger that it's presented by, but they're able to pull back and survive. As I said, we haven't seen a lot of play down here, and well, they're going to use it as their run out.
BP. I forgot what they wanted, that control over towards Piano, but they haven't found any picks as of yet. Really, for this kind of bar and games hold, it is usually a big old utility dump slugfest upstairs. You need to start rotating your util operators into the correct position. You see Passion out getting ready on that Capital. See if he can try and burn out that position, that corner inside a library. And there's no dock. So that's, you know, anyone who's in there is going to be cooked alive. If you know, you know. Plasma with a shield. Able to front up against this. Blackbeard Nate goes in. Gonna have to shift across now and actually retreat. 45 seconds left. And oh, they've tried to go aggressive. And oh no, Dan! Just outside the main door finds two. They tried to aggress onto him. And VP now in very good shape to take this round.
Freck and Robbie. Only one of them inside the site. Freck held at bay towards the bottom of the stairs themselves. They're buying themselves a second at a time, but there's only 20 left to play with. Pops up, gets one. There's Skies, but he doesn't read the rotate round, and he's swapping guns in the middle of the bar, but they're not done yet, Vertus Pro. And I remind you, Shifters need all three for them to be able to push themselves on. Vertus Pro, I believe, just need a win of a variety. They just need 2 points to get themselves back on towards the top. Although, actually, does it come down to round difference first? Because it was a big 7-0. Oh, there's maths demo. There's maths. I hate maths.
I've clocked out if that's the case. Let someone else deal with it.
Leo,
not my problem.
Probably.
Yeah, we're get. You know what? I'm gonna say this. Let's bring the chick on. Get him in. He's good at all that.
Somewhere he's calculating. He always is.
Oh, well, I mean, obviously for Shifters in that last round, they tried to go aggressive, didn't they? They realized they were up against it. That was a really good top 4 player using the Blackbeard to front up against that deployable shield on Fireplace, get rid of it, force him into lobby. And I mean, obviously the call was, let's try and power the guy in main door, but, you know, it's Dan with a DMR. That usually doesn't go down well for the defenders, and that was certainly the case. I mean, Dan with a very important 2-piece, didn't allow them to retake in towards lobby, and then a 2v4, it's always going to be an uphill battle for the remaining 2 defenders. 3v3, yeah, maybe doable, but the 2v4, no, it was too much for them to handle. BP. They will have another crack now at this mid-floor bomb site. Into the kitchen and dining is where we go. And look, last time we were at kitchen and dining, it was successful for VP, so if they can just recreate what they did last time, then it will push us into OT. So it's up to Shifters to change up what they do.
Okay. I had some brilliant help from the Frenchman. So the idea is, okay, round difference is the first make or break, and because of the 7-0 result, and we also got it from Tim as well. Sorry, I didn't credit Tim for a second. I got an all caps there from Leo. Fine, and Tim. And Anne as well, because she looks after you both. Anyway, if Vertus Pro get to OT and win it 8-6, then they are tied on round difference with G2, but they win the head-to-head. Ooh, we might not even get there as Robbie get the first. If they win 8-7, then they actually fall 1 round below, and G2 get the round difference first, and G2 get first. So if we do get, Vertus Pro's only hope now is to get into OT and win at 8-6 to get first seed. Anyway, we might not even get there. As I said before, the first body went away from them, and they're able to remove as much as they can, but no, I say it, and that happens, Demo.
Clever. Very clever. Seeing that somebody's in piano shooting off the Habana pellets, and that was an SMG. To do it again, and whenever he fires and goes for the reload, it's an easy swing. And VP taking advantage. Players not being aware inside piano, and well, there's Skies. Picks off the remaining player in the bomb site. Now Shifters look as though that they may be losing out on this round and taking us to OT as VP are just driving forward into the bomb site now. Plasma up against it, against the Blackbeard. The impact misses. It's his last one used. Only a matter of time before another player of VP comes over to try and help, but never mind. Last one somehow able to pick off the Blackbeard. Nako exposes his legs. However, the trade is there, and now it's going to be a 1v2 for Freck, who's upstairs inside of office. He has a little bit of vert he can maybe try and play with. The diffuser is going to be attempted. There's a red ping there, but Freck maybe missed his chance and has to try and go elsewhere. Still a player above he has to try and deal with. He sees him, he goes for the spray through, but Dan's there with the DMR. VP push us into OT. This game's not over yet.
Shifters, though, well, they're still going to play in the playoffs, but they will be confirmed lower bracket. They cannot get enough points to catch Fnatic, regardless of if they get an OT loss. They had their chance, but couldn't make it count. Vertus Pro, their dream of a top finish could also be to fall apart. G2 want Shifters to win one round in OT. If they do, then it doesn't matter if Vertus Pro wins. If Vertus Pro win this game 8-7, then we have gone the longest road to find ourselves back in a circle and nothing changes. But I will say, it's been a very fun road, and this is why we like to take the scenic route sometimes. All the clutches that we've had seemingly they slowed down a little, but they're still here. They're still enjoying themselves. 6 apiece. Shifters. Can they get revenge on Vertus Pro for ruining their good day out by pulling out one last round?
Here
10 seconds left.
we go. Overtime. Shifters remain on the defense. I mean, don't forget it has been even halves for both of these sides, so I don't think attacker-sided, defender-sided comes into it in this chalet. I think VP, good little bit of momentum there, wasn't it? From 6-4 down, being able to pull back 2 rounds, and now they get to keep it going on the attack. That certainly has to play a part into it. And for VP, looking at the lineup, does kind of scream solar side, doesn't it? You've got your Blackbeards. Try and get up in towards the solar stairs. You've got the Nomad for the run outs. More importantly, you look at Dan, and the Sense can just cut the divide across the bomb site, and that'll give the go-ahead for this team to rush in and go for a plant. And in goes the Blackbeard, as expected, trying to get himself in towards solar stairs. Our roamers below. 2 of them, to be exact. Not only got the Solar Star here and Frack also being supported by Robbie on the Ala. Look at Freck taking the aggressive standpoint. They really want to try and get this Blackbeard as best as they can. Oh, I think that was an Alamine that Robbie had placed. And Robbie threw at him. I'm not entirely sure, but it was enough to get the stun off to give the headshot over to Freck.
Oh, Nako, oh no. Caught out. Great combo, as he said, with the utility and the pressure that they could sort of apply either side. The swing on West Main, the swing from Kitchen. And goodbye, goodnight, Blackbeard. But a minute 30, there's pressure still on towards the Solarium windows and skies as the cutoff in case this Solus tries to move on, but they seem to be well aware, and they double swing, double execute, nice. And now there's only double trouble left, Rorik and Dan. And now it is just Dan. They couldn't do this when they needed it the most, Shifters. But they might be able to get it here and at least ruin Vertus Pro's day. Dan, ooh, just misses the catch on towards 1. Gets themselves some safety so they can swing on, and the C4 will get shot out. But the player won't. Hops in, hops out, flawless round. Demo, the group won't move.
Nope. It's certainly a situation for VP where they've put in all that work to make the comeback into OT. And then they've got the OT and it didn't matter anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
What can you do, eh?
It's been a fun ride.
Yes, it's been a good game. I think some pretty good siege from both sides, and I mean, certainly for Shifters, a side who, you know, we kind of seen last year with the big changes that they made, and then just the one change this time around. Obviously with Blaz coming into the side, again, still getting him up to speed.
Connectors armed.
Also, another thing to note that I also want to just mention, you notice as well that Blaz has pretty much kept the same role as what he had on G2 as well. That kind of support role.
Jammer ready to
I mean, I thought Blaz, you know, at his time as G2, maybe didn't start off well. I remember the first stage wasn't pretty for Blaz. But I think he really grew into that role because it was very new for him. I mean, Blaz came away, like, don't forget, Blaz was in NAL, you know, as the entry back then, you know, as the kind of Ash main who just run in and kill everyone. And then he gets moved on to G2 and he's then kind of playing this support role. And he now he's on Shifters and he's keeping that same role again because I just think he's really got the grits with what you need to do in that role. You know, and I think he was an absolute pleasure to see for G2, especially in Firefight. He had a good invite. But changes were made, and here he is in Shifters, and look at him now, 16-8.
There is this sort of weird balance of this game where if you look across the sort of generic stats of both these teams, Shifters are sort of ahead of the curve, right? Outside of P4, who's 1-10, obviously playing support roles, structured backline, it happens. The rest of the four of them, all positive. Apart from Lasmu, all pretty positive on their entry. You know, it's a game that has been ahead of them in terms of that side of things, but just the actual sort of close down, the ability to get the rounds won hasn't quite worked out. 2 clutches as well for their trouble. In the meantime, on Vertus Pro, they have, what, 2 technically positive players in Dan and Skies. Everybody else is suffering, and, well, there's a little bit more suffering. A trade out, but gets rid of the Blitz, probably happy for it. But in the meantime, Freck finds the head of Pasha. Cuts them off, leaves them in the 4 versus 3. Then a moment of silence, swinging out the side of Ego, but nobody is there to pay the sort of price of it as we go back to drones and back to intel.
Yeah, this is good from Shifters. You have that man advantage. Slow the pace down. Make sure nothing catches you by surprise. And do they know about Skies? He can see the drone, but we don't know if the drone knows he's there. Looks as though that Shifters are going to forgo taking below. I'm not entirely sure. Here comes the call, though, and they didn't know Skies was here before. They certainly will know now, and for Skies, I think they've got him in a trap right now, and oh, he should be dead somehow. There's a couple of mid shots. Somebody's trying to help him over towards Solar Stairs, but there it is. Freck rushes in through West Main, confident as ever, and oh, Blaz through the floorboards finds an Echo, and Dan again left to clutch up with a DMR. The Deimos track comes in, they know exactly where he is. All 4 players stacked on top of each other. There's one. Don't tell me. Surely not.
Surely not. I mean, we've had everything this game so far. Now, Dan, he set himself up for the perfect angle there. As long as they try and cross and plant, he can do some damage. The DMR is a great bit of kit, obviously, for anybody's pockets right now, and they are well aware of his position. There. There's the drive across. B4's just going to go for the plant itself, and I mean, they can refire this angle, but now he's safe, and now he's not. That is 2 rounds, not when they needed them the most, but enough to get the win, Demo.
Yeah, enough for Shifters. Day for them, a lot of clutches. I mean, Blaz played out of his skin to make that a success for his side. I mean, VP, I think there's a lot of rounds there that will be kicked themselves that kind of got away from them. I thought they did good to pull back to 6-6, get themselves into OT, but overtime, not good for them. So yeah, Shifters, well-deserved win for themselves, and we'll see how they do going into the playoffs.
Well, that's it for all of our groups so far before we get into playoffs, but it's not it for the broadcast. As we go to a break, we're back with our final desk.
What a banger matchup for our final game here of groups after 2 7-0s. I was really hoping we were going to get a close game. And this game delivered with an overtime here. Eventually, it goes the way of Shifters. And Leo, that means a lot for the standings inside this group.
Yeah, I mean, it kept us on our toes at every moment, especially in overtime. We were all second guessing what's going to be the impact. Is G2 going to be topping their group? Is VP able to do it if they win 8-6? It was just one round away. Here is the final reveal of how Group A looks like. G2 will top their group despite losing to VP early on in Kickoff. That means VP will take the second slot, Fnatic the third one, and Shifters, despite beating Vertus Pro team, despite that victory, they end up in the lower bracket.
I know, they don't get it done. They wait to overtime and then get the win that they needed in regulation. But this is how it goes sometimes. A really important point to mention here as well. Why it's so important, these standings. G2 being in first gives them a bye in the upper bracket, which means they just need one win in a best of 3, and that will qualify them through to the major. Otherwise, when you get into the lower bracket, you've got like other games that you need to win. But yeah, that's why that's so important.
G2 can definitely breathe a sigh of relief with the end result of this game. And it's funny how we mentioned this earlier, right? With Joom kind of helping his old team with Secret, making it into playoffs. In similar situations, Blaz kind of helping his old team as well, Liu, to send G2 to the top of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely stellar. I think his performance today was one of the main reasons Shifters was able to do it. You know, he was not with the flashiest players that went and got the final kills in these clutches. But in that 2v4, for example, that they won, he's the one that gets the first 2 kills, by the way. I think, you know, yeah, he dropped something like 17 kills. I think everyone on the side of Shifters had double digits except before. You know, I think all the fraggers really stepped up. And for Blast to do so on a new roster after being the quote-unquote solo carry of the first game when he went 12-3, I think it's very good for his confidence. I'm still a bit sad that they showed they could take down a VP that has been looking so dominant the entire Kickoff, and yet they get the short hand of the stick. They end up 4th in their position. It is a tough one because, you know, they have what it takes. It's just a little bit of a yo-yo effect with that team.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm sure they'll kick themselves, but you've got to look at all the games, haven't you? It doesn't just come down to this one. It's not just down to these couple of rounds. It's the whole process. And look, they're a roster that's had a few changes. I'm sure they'll be happy to be in the playoffs anyway.
And after such a banger of a final game here at the groups, we get to speak to the victors of this game. We have Freck on the line to ask him a few questions. Good evening. Congratulations on the victory. Freck, I want to talk to you about some emoting you were doing in this game. It seems like you have 4 of the Vertus Pro players in your pocket.
Yeah, it's about time I did some emote, because it's some time ago, no? I'm not allowed to emote 4, I guess, the last couple of games, so happy I could finally get the emote.
I would emote as well if I hit something like this. Wow.
Allez, in the bucket!
Freck, the fact that like you were still having so much fun, you were laughing, the first half of that game seems like it must have took a lot of mental strength to keep coming back in these clutches, in these 2v5s, 3v5s. How did that feel in the team?
I mean, I think we didn't play too bad. Like, I felt like we had some control. But in the rounds here, we had some very big step-ups from people. So thank you to them. Thank you to Robbie as well, little 3v1. And then I think Alex had a good round as well, clutching around. So we, yeah, got a little lucky with the clutch, I guess. But I don't think we played bad in the attacks.
Frank, I think reflecting on this overall group stage for the Kickoff, you guys will be the only team that won 2 games and still end up in the lower bracket. It's the sad way it goes. I want to have I guess my question is like, what's your takeaway from this group stage? Do you feel like you guys did what you could have done, or do you think that you're a little bit disappointed in terms of what you showed so far?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not too happy with what we've done, because I'm happy that today we showed that we can do it. But like against like a Fnatic, no disrespect to them, of course, but it's just like we let it happen. They played onto us. We're just sitting there. We're not playing. We're just letting it happen. And games like that, we can't lose that way. It's just like we know we're good, but like we're so far in this project already, we can't be like, oh, like we can be good, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Like we were trying to be a top team, right? So we need to start showing it, and we need to stop shitting our pants.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, it's been a while since we spoke to you. One of the last times we spoke to you was in Stage 2 about your hand and the struggles you were having with that as well and how it was affecting your games. Just to check up for everybody as well, how is your hand doing right now?
It's not too good. I've got carpal tunnel in my right hand, so I'm gonna need surgery someday, but haven't taken it yet, so we'll see about that.
There's important games to play first and potentially qualifying games to the Salt Lake City as well. Can't let that interfere any kind of Surge user plans. Do hope your hand feels better soon, and best of luck with the qualification games for the Salt Lake City Major.
Thank you very much. See you guys next week.
Thank you.
I see you. Love the confidence there as well, and hoping for the improvement for Shifters, right? They will start from the lower bracket, but there is still very much possible to make it all the way to the Salt Lake City Major for them. And yes, I'm glad that we got a close and exciting game. It is good to hear from Freck as well, kind of talking us through this whole project and the whole run inside EML Kickoff so far. And yeah, Ace, I think he speaks the truth, right? Sure, there's Rust would have probably hoped to do better, but at least they make it into playoffs.
Well, that's what you've got to focus on, isn't it? You know, that's what it's all about. They're still alive, they're still fighting, they've still got a chance. If they feel like they've come out of that, I think I agree with Freck. I think they actually played really well on the whole. You know, and they took the opportunities that were in front of them. If they can keep doing that, look, there is every chance that they keep fighting through that lower bracket. Would they love an extra life? I'm sure they would. But look at the numbers that Blaz and Freck are putting up there, Leo. Lasmo and Robbie as well. It is a rounded team, and I think they've got a real chance.
Yeah, they do. I think the roster always made sense on paper. It's just a question of consistency and realistically also. We can also excuse before for the IGLing and the roles he's playing, but despite that, I still know that player has more in him. I know he can frag out. I know he can do better and also show up on the scoreboard on top of IGLing this team. So it's a fine balance, right? He cannot rely on a 1v3 from Robbie and at the same time the rest of all 4 teammates going so crazy that they compensate for what realistically is in the server a 4v5. I think looking at this roster, if everyone can live up to the expectations, whether it is the fragger, whether it is before stepping up a little bit more in that department, they can be really scary and maybe defeat some of the biggest teams in the BO3. I think looking at overall the new lineup for EML's top 4, I think we still have some clear 4 favorites. It is G2, it is Falcons for sure, because they top their group. I think that Virtus Pro, despite the loss today, are still looking like the strongest one, maybe the top 3. Secret took a huge blow against Rebels today, and I think that 4th spot right now is in contention for anyone to take. And that would be my takeaway from the group stage so far is I think that the eventual top-heavy EML that we knew has been crumbled a little bit, and now we're starting to see some opportunities for some of these teams to seize that opportunity and make it to the major.
A true and real competitive region is what we love to see here, and we know the final game has concluded, but I want you guys at home to stick around because there is still a lot for us to discuss, right? We're going to talk about the bracket, how we proceed from here on, potential matches as well, but first, we take a look at the results. We had a very fast day with those 2 7-0s in the middle there, Falcons and G2 making quick work of their opponents. I think it's also really big as well to mention again how Rebels took down their former organization's main team as well in that first game. And then finally, the overtime in the final game of the day. And just once more, the standings of each group as well, because we're flying through this one quite quickly. I want to take one more look at how we've actually ended after those 5 play days in groups. Looking at Group A, I think okay. The most positive surprise, Ace, do you agree with me in this one that is the Vertus Pro in 2nd spot here?
Yes.
Thank you. Glad to hear that. Do you want to elaborate?
Look, I think you know, Vertus Pro coming in 2nd is. I think a lot of people might have expected them to top the group today. There was a bit of me that thought that they might do, especially looking at the game they had against Shifters. But I think they're going to be very happy with that, with how this project has started off.
Yeah, and honestly, upper bracket is secured. They feel more confident in BO3s. This was just a slip-up and a small one as well. I think overall, they can be really happy about the way this team has all meshed together. I think it was a big question mark from the community. G2, well saved after a rough beginning against Virtus Pro. They bounced back perfectly fine. Those games, like, I mean, the 7-2 yesterday, the 7-0 today, still statement victories. Same for Falcons in Group B. Fnatic and Shifters still struggling with that consistency. You just look at the round differential here, by the way. Fnatic is -4, and despite that, Shifters is behind them. Goes to show that Shifters made almost every game close, right? Whereas for Fnatic, really got hammered down by G2 today.
And then looking at Group B2, the group that remained very close until the final matchup of the day, especially with Falcons and Twisted Minds having secure that playoff spot prior to today. But then Geekay ending up falling short despite starting their campaign so well with that first victory. Fortunately, they fall just short because if you look at that, 5, 6, and 6 points for the teams in second to fourth spot. Again, Leo, this shows we're getting a really, really competitive region, or it seems like a really competitive region so far.
Yeah, and I can tell you that Twisted Minds were watching their screen today and could not believe what happened, because this was the utmost perfect scenario for them. They could not have had a better scenario to end up where they were at right now, because this was the only scenario in which they finished second, by the way. So they wanted Secret to beat Rebels, they wanted Falcons to beat Geekay, so that in the end they would finish in the upper bracket with having a bye today, so they could not play today, so they just had to watch. It's actually incredible that they made it just on round different alone, but congrats to them. I think this group was full of upsets. I think to see Secret in the lower bracket team especially rings an alarm bell.
I think this group shows, it backs up what you were saying, Leo, more than anything else. The way that we've got, this kind of shift of not being too top-heavy in EML anymore. We've got G2 and Falcons, yeah, top of the pops. But beyond that, it is so competitive in the middle of the table. And Twisted Minds show that. Our first MENA team in terms of players, we've had MENA Rogue with Falcons, of course, but actual players coming through, first time in Tier 1 like that. They've done fantastic to finish second, and we can see how that shakes down for them in the bracket as well, getting them into that upper bracket spot that, they'll be loving that.
There will be. This is a lot to take in with our matches that are currently scheduled for the kickoff bracket. We're starting out with Twisted Minds going up against Fnatic and Vertus Pro with Rebels. And all these games and all the results will have implications on one another. It is still kind of insane to me to see a team like Secret in that lower bracket there, but those will not be the first games of the week. Next week, we'll be starting out with those upper brackets, quarterfinals, the first matches of the bracket. There is still a lot to play for, and I feel like with the importance of these matches, the fact that we're going to see best of threes as well, Leo, it's going to show the real depth between these teams.
Yeah, and I think that what we saw basically today was Fnatic made it just barely on the results of Shifters into the upper bracket. Rebels made it just today by beating Secret. So it creates some kinds of precedent in a sense that you see Twisted Minds, you see Vertus Pro, and you still look at teams that I think impressed us a little bit more with their consistency, with what they've shown in the group stage. So here, in my opinion, you have some favorites. Up to Rebels and Fnatic to kind of prove me wrong, to go in this BO3 and show the full extent of their power.
Yeah, 100%. We all know what we expect to happen looking at those matchups, but I think if Kickoff has taught us anything, it's that there can be some surprises along the way, because, we've had Rebels have had results that maybe we didn't expect. Fnatic have been on a roller coaster ride, and that doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon, whether they want to get off or not. So honestly, who knows? Who knows where those games are going to go?
I do love that for our region, though, because it keeps us entertained. It keeps us at the edge of our seat, because we want to make sure we see what happens with these games. Unfortunately, for the next time, EML actually have to wait until next week, Monday at 6 p.m. CEST for the next game. But don't be sad if you're either collecting your drops or you just want some Siege action. You can either watch the NAL tomorrow. We have the SAL in the weekend as well. We have APL. There's so much Siege action still to close out this week. And then we will be back next Monday with our playoffs. Thank you so much for watching. We have a great rest of your night.